Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic
Yeah. Woke up. I ain't feeling your side.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked, not necessarily the views of anyone. Views and events expressed. Podemos, are you doing those, Mas? Yes, we can, and we should, so we can survive and keep thriving. Anyways, how y'all feel, man? Y'all feel good? I wasn't satisfied with the shows over the weekend, so I feel like I give a special show today so we can cover some stuff. So we're gonna go we're gonna go right into it. Because I feel like excuse me, I didn't do a good job this weekend, so I want to make it up to y'all. Let's play this.
Train you. We will take you to Congress. We will celebrate you across our media. You will be our hero. And for example, Facebook did the incredible move where they banned Azov. Across all Azov pages, they had them banned as a hate group. After the invasion began, Facebook announced that they still have Azov listed as a hate group, but they're going to allow posts praising Azov. In other words, yeah, they're a hate group, but, hate groups can do good things too. The good people on both sides. And this is what this war has created. And eventually, Facebook just wound up dropping Azov from its list of hate groups altogether. We're sending a very dangerous message that if you're the right type of neo-Nazis, we will not only work with you, we will celebrate you. The message that we are sending is that if you're the right type of neo-Nazi, we will arm you, we will...
It says, Russia's Wagner Group was named after its co-founder, former Russian Special Forces commander and Hitler admirer, who reportedly took his code name from Richard Wagner, Hitler's favorite composer. He has also been known to sign off on Wagner correspondence with Nazi SS symbol.
Putin's justification, his excuse for this war, was to what he called denazify Ukraine. The pretense he made for his illegal invasion for the war is that Ukraine has neo-Nazis and Russia is going to invade and they're going to get rid of them. He did this because partly because he didn't have any other excuses, and also partly because he wanted to tap into Russia's memory of World War II and fighting the Nazis back then. The irony is that denazifying Ukraine is being done in large part by the Wagner Group, which is riddled with neo-Nazis. So it shows, first, it shows the hypocrisy of Russia that it's using neo-Nazis to supposedly denazify Ukraine, where instead what they're doing is committing war crimes, committing an illegal invasion on this. Putin's justification.
Talk about a snake eating its tail. It says, in Ukraine, the commander of the National Guard's widely heralded Azov battalion has neo-Nazi roots in Kyiv right-wing White Boys Club, and the leader of the paramilitary pro-Ukraine anti-Putin Russian Volunteer Corps is well-known neo-Nazi who has been banned by many members of the EU. Banned by the EU I don't know why they added that, because that doesn't give it credence.
Azov is only a tiny part of the Ukrainian military, but they also have. I mean, how many world countries have actual neo-Nazi units? So Azov has used this war to their advantage. They've used it brilliantly, and they are tremendous fighters. And it doesn't help that America and Western media, the same media who spent 7 years tracking Azov and tracking its neo-Nazi nature, suddenly, at the beginning of this invasion, suddenly turned around and said that all of a sudden this organization stopped being far right. It's just an incredible feat of whitewashing, with just denying reality, with Western media across the board suddenly saying, based on nothing, based on propaganda, that this entire group that attracted neo-Nazis from all over the world that we've reported on has suddenly stopped being neo-Nazis, and now they're okay. Azov is only a tiny part of the Ukrainian military, but they also have. I mean, how many world countries have actual neo-Nazi units? So Azov has used this war to their advantage. They've used it brilliantly, and they are tremendous fighters. And
it says all of these groups and more are tied to neo-Nazis around the world who operate in what National Security reporter Ben McCouch calls ISIS-like global recruiting network for extremists interested in right-wing political violence. So if you're interested in right-wing violence, then you go and you join this group and you get to go, shoot people. Craig Lang is an American military veteran who joined Ukrainian paramilitary groups fighting Russian separatists in 2015. While briefly back in the U.S. in 2018, Lang was charged with robbery and double homicide in Florida. Although he was put under house arrest when he returned, Ukraine is yet to extradite him, and he was seen fighting for the far-right ultranationalist group Right Sector in 2022.
It's interesting because most neo-Nazis split. You have a lot of them splitting depending on how they view Russia. Some groups of neo-Nazis view Russia as the last bastion of the white race, and they admire Putin and love him. You see a lot of U.S. in the far right. They view Russia that way. And then on the other side is people who view Russia as not even a white country, as a barbaric Asian horde that Ukraine and Poland and the Baltics have to hold back. So depending on where one falls, that's why you kind of have neo-Nazis on both sides of this conflict. And they have very identical worldviews. It's just, it depends on how they see Russia and what happened, that they go on one side or the other side of the conflict. It's interesting because
wow, that's a whole mess. It says there are so many weapons there. When this is all over, that's going to be something that we're all going to have to face as a security issue in Europe. When you have far-right extremists who might have access to that might be a problem. Ben McCouch. I could see it. After this is over, it's already a lot of regular folks who's getting their hands on these weapons. There's so many weapons moving around. The black market is booming with this stuff. So if you have enough money, then you can get your hands on these weapons. And if you want to freaking cause some trouble, you can do it. So I'm scared. I'm afraid of, freaking Mad Max future where there's warlords like Haiti running everything. I don't think that's a situation any of us really want, no matter which side you're on. Let's see, can we play any of this stuff? Wow, it's a lot of stuff in here. Give me a second, y'all. I don't even remember. This one, it says, being conservative seems effing awesome. My dad is a super unbothered. When I tell him horrific current events, he just says, that doesn't sound true. And then suddenly it isn't for him. So it's like, if you don't believe it to be true, then it's obviously not true. Then I can sleep well at night. This one, it says, the left is calling for greater investment in renewable energy, and the right is burning Barbies, shooting Bud Lights, and touting the upsides of slavery. So I can see how both sides are to blame for this polarization. Can I play this?
Kettling is the practice of enclosing a group of people, in this case protesters, in a small area so that there is not the ability to leave that area once mass arrest is going to occur. And in the case of these protests, the kettling occurred, as the person in the video shared, prior to when the curfew was in place. And so it was a small, narrow street. And what occurred was that the group of protesters marching came upon a line of police officers using bikes and batons and their bodies as a barrier in the front of the crowd. And then when the end of the group of protesters was on that same street, another line of police came behind to do the same and serve as a barrier with their bikes and batons and bodies. And at that point, the group of protesters was stuck and unable to leave that block radius because we were surrounded by homes and buildings on either side, and then police lines in the front and the back. And once the curfew hit, then that is when chaos occurred. Kettling.
So Democracy Now! Posted this. They said, we speak with Dara Pluchino, a social worker and one of the plaintiffs of Sal versus City of New York, which just secured a landmark $13 million settlement from New York City to pay 1,300 people attacked by the police while protesting the Minnesota police murder of George Floyd in 2020. The suit focused on how police violated protesters' civil and constitutional rights by making mass arrests and using excessive force that included improper use of pepper spray and using a tactic called kettling to trap and arrest protesters before curfew went into effect. So a lot of people are upset about this because they're like, well, why don't they, why can't the city sue the people or whatever? Like, they're mad that these protesters are getting money behind this. But, it had to be some kind of shady tactic if the judge was willing to side with them in this lawsuit, Let me read some comments. It says, actual literal entrapment, as in we physically trapped you and forced you to violate the curfew. Shocking how they can think this is legal, let alone safe. So, yeah, so that's where it comes in. And that's probably why the judge sided with these people. The images show like the Black Lives Matter protests, burning buildings and stuff like that. All of the protests weren't like that, and so, but they have this image. And so whenever people hear about, the protesters getting paid or whatever, then they automatically assume that it's people that was burning buildings, setting stuff on, police on fire and stuff like that. And they're like, what the hell? This is lawless. So, but I don't understand why people don't let their brain think a little bit further, because if they did a suit and then a judge saw it, they had to see all the evidence and come to a conclusion. Why would a judge side with someone who is burning buildings and burning, police vehicles and stuff? I just don't see any judge siding with that. But then they say, okay, New York is dead, or New York is ran by Democrats, so it don't make sense. So it don't have to make sense. It's like the Democrats just want violence and they want, they want a chaotic city or whatever. Another comment, it says, Why doesn't this kettling ever happen to Nazi parading around threatening everyone with violence? Another comment, it says, I was there and the amount of police abuse I saw that day was sickening. The NYPD turned the entire South Bronx into a militarized zone. Officers hiding in apartment buildings and spying from the rooftops. Helicopters flying incredibly low to the ground. A large battalion of cops dressed like RoboCop on bikes and such more. Straight out of a dystopian film, shaking my head. Police state. Let me read another comment. It says, should be the police officer and their personal retirement funds forced to pay. Watch how fast training and tactics will change. This is a good comment because I think about this, and like I said, the people lose 2 times because the suit is going to come out of the tax dollars. So, and all those police officers who did whatever they did, well, they were following orders most likely. So, who do you hold accountable for this? But at the end of the day, the money's not going to come from the police. It's going to come from out, the taxpayers' pocket to pay the people. So, the people end up losing twice. Another comment says, but they never do this when Proud Boys protest. Instead, they give them free transportation. America, we see you. We always see you. Another comment says, so they basically kidnapped a bunch of people and then forced them to break the curfew. How is a curfew order more profound than the inherent rights outlined in the First Amendment? For my tax dollars, I want public servants who honor the laws and inherent rights, not lawless thugs who abuse their authority and trample on their employer's liberty. Yeah, so if they kettled the people in, then how were they going to go home, by the time the curfew came around? That's probably why they won the suit. Let me read this one. It says, I'm so happy they won, but the problem is that $15 million ends up coming out of the public funds. The Police Officers Association should be paying this. They are the ones financing the defense of killer cops and proposing the militarization of police and qualified immunity. Another comment says, in a democracy, you're allowed to protest. Shit. That's what they say, but when you actually go out there and protest, then you're going to get fire hoses, dogs, and get arrested. It doesn't matter if it's a peaceful protest or not. There's no such thing as a peaceful protest in their eyes because, you're going against the status quo or the narrative. They want you to be controlled, So if you do something out of line, then you have to be punished. I don't think I'm going to play that. It says, remember, strikes are supposed to be disruptive. If you're angry, be angry at employers who refuse to pay fair wages or who won't give workers air-conditioned vehicles in blazing hot sun. That was a reply to the Vox comment. It says, the 10-day UPS strike will cost the economy more than $7 billion and be the costliest work stoppage in at least a century, according to a new study by Anderson Economic Group, which researches labor disruptions. Yeah, let's move on. That pretty much said itself. Can we go to this? It says a lot of good white liberals, people who purchased copies of White Fragility and decried the U.S. Supreme Court for ending affirmative action, sleep every night in exclusive suburbs that socially engineered economic and thereby racial segregation by government edict. Richard D. Kallenberg, Senior Fellow, Progressive Policy Institute. It says, residents of rich blue towns talk about inclusion, but their laws do the opposite, Richard D. Kallenberg writes. Judging a community solely by its lawn signs, one might think that wealthy liberal suburbs are among the most inclusive places in the country, but many of these communities have zoning regulations that ban multifamily housing and keep non-wealthy people, many of them people of color, out of their community. Kahlenberg reports, these laws persist in economically advantaged progressive neighborhoods across the country. Kahlenberg compares two New York suburbs, Scarsdale and Port Chester, which are only 8 miles away but have remarkably different demographics. On the overwhelming majority of land in wealthier Scarsdale, building anything but a single-family home is illegal. Wealthy suburbs can be defeated in their efforts to remain exclusive, Kahlenberg notes. In June 2019, Oregon became the first state to enact a virtual statewide ban on local single-family zoning ordinances. The reform happened only because rural Republicans, who tend to be skeptical of government land use regulations of liberal elites, joined urban Democrats to defeat affluent suburban interests. Kahlenberg continues at the link in our bio. It says, posting welcoming slogans on a manicured lawn isn't enough. If affluent liberal suburbanites believe that their people deserve a shot at improving their lives, the most important thing they can do is allow families of modest means into their towns, Kahlenberg writes. Man. Talk about it, the liberals are the worst, spoon-fed, I'll help you, or you can't do things on your own, I'm just gonna freaking help you. But no, you can't come over here and live with us. No, you can't go to the same schools that my kids go to. No, you can't work at the same place I work at. No, but we're gonna help you. We're gonna spoon feed you, and we're gonna give you stuff so you won't be living so badly in poverty. Like, these people are terrible. Like, the hypocrisy is real. Like, if they really cared, they, they like I say, they wouldn't be living in segregated neighborhoods. They wouldn't be behind the wall. When they go home, they're behind the wall. But the rest of the time, they go and they, pretend that they care about the lower class folks or whatever. They, like he said, they put the signs on their lawn or whatever, But that's as far as they'll go. They're not going to actually do any work to help anyone or to fix the issues. Like the things that how they got where they are, they benefit from the system. They benefit from the segregation. They benefited from, certain people being treated a certain way and others not. So, of course, they don't want to actually change the system. They just want to pretend that they do, They just want to appear. It's really so that they can go home and sleep better at night, So I can feel like I'm a good person or whatever, But no, you're not. You're not a good person. You don't really want to help these people. You're just playing a game. You're fake. You have a facade. I'd rather you be just upfront and truthful. Like, I hate poor people, or I hate black people, or I hate Mexicans, or whatever it is. I can deal with you when you're being truthful and honest with your heart. When you are lying to yourself, then I can't even, we can't really have a conversation because you're not being honest, A person that, they're honest about their hate, like, I really do hate this, or I hate that, or whatever, I can talk to them, we can have a conversation or whatever, because at least they're truthful and honest, and maybe I can move them a little bit. But if the person that lies about where their heart is, there's no moving them, because they just want to put on a face, they want to put on a mask, and they want to appear that they're better than others. They got the biggest ego. They suck. They're terrible people. Let me read this. It says, the article's author resides in plush Montgomery County, Maryland, in a recently renovated home he purchased for $975,000 in 2022. The call incoming from inside the house. The call is coming from inside the house. The call is coming from inside the house. Oh my God. So this guy, apparently from this comment, is saying that this guy who's calling out these fake liberals that act like they care, apparently he's one of them too. Probably making a whole bunch of money off of this book. And what does he actually do? Would he allow for people to move into his neighborhood, multifamily homes or whatever? I wonder. Let me read this one. It says, respectfully, I feel like the passive aggressive language here may be a bit counterproductive. The implications of modern day housing segregation have had disastrous economic and social consequences on Black Americans. There's no doubt about that. That being said, what exactly are the so-called good white liberals in the suburbs meant to do about it, other than acknowledging their privileges and staying informed, which it sounds like they're already doing if they're reading White Fragility. All this article seemingly does is delegate the blame of racism away from the institutions and onto the individuals. I don't know. That's a good comment. And, dismantling the system is what they should be doing, not just reading the book, White Fragility. They should be actively dismantling the system. If they're benefiting from the way the system is, then they should, forego their benefits, and go and live with the regular folks, and try to fight against these laws, try to get in their court system where you can break these laws, anything related to like the redlining and so forth and so on, but they don't, all this stuff related to the homeowners association and so forth and so on. And I know that you want to live good, and your whole thing is to look out for my family and my friends and make sure that I live a good life. I can't knock you for thinking that way, but if you really want change, then you have to look at structural change. You can't just read books and put up signs in your lawn. Fight for the change. If not, then just go live with the regular folks. Invite them into your neighborhood. Maybe buy a house for them and put them right next to you, or help them buy a house. You can let them pay you, because see, what happens is a lot of times it has to do with people's credit or whatever, or the fact that a person doesn't have that down payment to be able to buy the house. Those are the two huge barriers to keep them from getting there. So if you could help them some kind of way, like they have the money. A lot of times these people who are renting are paying more than the person that's in the house that's paying a mortgage, but they can't come up with that down payment, and their credit might be a little shady, So, if you really wanted to help, then, an individual family that really, they're hardworking, they make good money, they got decent jobs or whatever, but they just can't get the credit, they can't get the down payment or whatever, then help them in that way by, they can pay you the money, and then you can pay the money for the down payment or whatever, or get the mortgage or whatever, and then let them pay you. If you trust them, they're a good family, and that's a way for you to do it. You can't save everybody, but you can help one family. I'm sure someone, if you're really one of these white liberals, and you really care about the community, then one family that is a good, hardworking family that you can trust. And, you can help them get that house in your neighborhood. Let me read another comment. It says, Westchester is so guilty of this. Everyone talks a big game about racial equity, but keeps their kids in schools that are 80% white, and they lose their minds when apartments are built. These towns actively try to keep families out of apartments so they can get tax revenue without having kids who live in apartments in the school system. So they benefit from the system. They're faking it. They're pretending the worst. Let me read this one. It says, the zoning ordinance in theory are designed to keep property values from decreasing. Multifamily homes in affluent zip codes will possibly do just that. The issue is based on economics, not just race. That is true, but they use that as a cover, as a hide, they hide behind this economics and the value of their home or whatever, but at the end of the day, it's bullshit. At the end of the day, it's bullshit. It's really just, that's the way it was set up since way back in the days, and it continues to this day, and they use that as an excuse to keep things going the way that they go. Look at the property values in the suburbs now, anyways, because you had the white flight, right? Where they all moved out to the suburbs. They wanted to get away from the city, the inner city where all of the colored folks was. And so, but now they're moving back to the city, and they are gentrifying the city and, moving the colored folks out, and so, but look how the property values are dropping in the suburbs as a result. And these suburb areas haven't changed as far as apartment buildings or whatever. It's just the people that live there has changed. That's why the property values have dropped. So the connection is related to race. The property values is connected to race. Don't lie to yourself. Let me read this. It says, this is a reply to that last comment. It said, right after the civil rights movement made open racism and discrimination taboo or illegal, white people had to come up with a plausible deniability ways to produce the same outcomes without explicitly white supremacist language, and act like that's fooling anyone but white libs. See, that's pretty much what I said, but much more eloquent. This one, it says, the most insidious forms of racism usually are based in economics. Segregationist policies are great for some people's bottom line. It says, I live in Detroit City in a neighborhood with a mix of duplexes and single-family homes. Our home value has been consistently rising as people realize that our neighborhood is a friendly community in which to reside. Not all multifamily housing has to be high rises, nor does it need to decrease property values. Duplexes, mother-in-law apartments, and townhomes can be done tastefully. Another one says, so property cash value over people is the way that plays out. Another one that says, the same economic system that used race to enslave people magically doesn't use social economics in race today. It magically disappeared. Another comment, it says, immediately proving the author's point, affluent white people, aka here's a zip code, justifying institutionalized racism under the guise of fill in the blank. Yeah, like we got to worry about our property values. It's not about the race of the people. We don't even see race, but we can't let our property values go down. We're going to lose money on our investments. Would you like to lose money in your investments? No, I don't think so. So neither should we. Another comment says, I live in Houston where there is no zoning ordinances. Apartments keep going up and none of it is affordable. Unless you remove capitalism from the equation, decent housing will never be affordable. Yeah, they put those lofts and those really and pretty much that's the direction that it's going in a lot of ways, these lofts and these really, really nice apartment buildings, they're going up everywhere, and the prices are high as hell. They come with amenities or whatever and security and all of that, but they're still apartments, so if the argument that it's the multifamilies buildings is what brings down the property value, then again, that's bullshit, because you have these really nice apartment buildings going up everywhere. And nice, whatever, man. Let me read another comment. It says, you're telling me rich white liberals don't practice what they preach? A little late to the party here, lady. Great comment. Let me read another one. It says, red state socialism, 8 of the 10 states most dependent on aid from the federal government are Republican-controlled red states. They include West Virginia, Mississippi, Alaska, Montana, Kentucky, Alabama, Arizona, and Louisiana. Even a huge and wealthy red state like Texas gets back more than they send to the federal coffers. But that doesn't stop Ted Cruz from blathering on about socialism. Interestingly, in Don't Tread on Me, Montana, they didn't object to the Fed sending back $2.25 for every dollar their state paid in taxes during 2021. And with that extra money, they divert it to their friends. How about that new volleyball field for former Green Bay Packers quarterback and Hall of Famer Brett Favre using his special access to former Mississippi Governor Phil Bryant and other officials in his home state in order to influence roughly $8 million in welfare payments for himself, pharmaceutical company Prevacus, and a volleyball court for the University of Southern Mississippi. See, this is what's happening, and you can pretend and act like it's not, but it is. And I talked about this too, about the states. It's really interesting how these states, these red states, take so much money from the federal government, but this money is coming from blue states because the blue states are the ones putting in the most money. So the money getting kicked back goes to the red states, and the money coming in is coming from the blue states. And then you want to say the blue states are hellholes or whatever. This is generally speaking, by the way. I'm sure there are some, that don't fit that, but this is generally. Another comment, it says, if you criticize people for speaking up from where they are, you might find no one bothers to speak up after a while. Give them a way to help instead of bemoaning it's not enough. Give them a way to help. How are you going to give somebody a way to help? They need to find a way to help. They need to try to help. They need to want to help. You give them a way to help. That's the reason why we have all of these where you donate to these programs or whatever, these institutions, and that's one of the ways that people feel like they're good. It's like, I take advantage of the system. I take more than my fair share, and then I just give back to these I can't think of what I'm trying to say, this philanthropist type stuff where you give money back to a school or a church or whatever. And then that justifies your existence of freaking bleeding people. So you bleed people all day or all year, and then you give a little back to one of these, a church or a school or something. Now you're good. I'm a good person. I'm not a bad person. I donate to such and such every year. Oh, and it just so happens to help you kick you out of the tax bracket that you were in, so you won't have to pay so much in taxes. So it's a win-win for you, right? That's a freaking cop-out. Go find a family and help them, Go seek out a situation where you can help. That's actually doing something. A lot of these, like the Red Cross or whatever, like a lot of these places y'all send y'all money to, the money, like a very small percentage of it actually makes it to what you're trying to help. Like, you're trying to help orphans or whatever, some school in Africa or something like that, poverty in Africa or whatever it is you're donating to. The majority of that money does not make it over there to help these people. You're not really doing anything. You're not really helping. You're making some middleman rich is what you're doing. And really, you're just trying to make yourself feel better. So that's what the money is for. You're making yourself feel better. Like, I'm a good person. So that's all you're really doing. So don't kid yourself. Let me read this one. It says, to add to the conversation, I live in San Diego, which, no surprise, has a significant shortage of housing. The city council is currently considering adoption of California SB 10 zoning ordinance that allows for 10-unit dwellings on single-family lots. What is concerning is there is no provisions for infrastructure. These apartment buildings will be built without corresponding increases in the school capacity, emergency fire and police services, road maintenance, and more. Well, you have to do it in the right way. Let me read this. It says, "This is ridiculous YIMBY propaganda funded by the real estate lobby. Trickle-down housing economic models that does not build actually affordable housing and definitely doesn't create home ownership opportunities for Black, Brown, and Asian communities is just another form of urban renewal with extractive purposes for our communities." It is what it is, y'all. Let's move on. Damn fake ass fake ass liberals, like they freaking care. They are the worst. The worst. It's a philosophy quote. It says, "Intimacy is the capacity to be rather weird with someone and finding that that's okay with them." Can y'all hear me? I might go out. And finding that that's okay. Yeah. Rather be weird with someone and finding that that's okay with them. I know I'm weird. I can't help but to be weird. You know, I don't know. Intimacy, I don't know how comfortable I am with intimacy because I always worried about rejection, you know. People want to be fake. So, and I'd rather not be. I'd rather be authentic. And a lot of people aren't just, they're too shallow to be authentic or deal with someone that's authentic. It's too much work for them. Let's look at this. It says, "All public school students in Michigan will soon receive free breakfast and lunch after Governor Gretchen Whitmer signed a school funding plan, making Michigan the 7th state with universal school meals." This is awesome. And, you know, I always hear like people, you know, the right talks bad about Michigan and Governor Gretchen. And it was like, you know, Trump said some things about Whitmer. And it led to some dudes going to jail because they were outside of her home, or it was like a fake like kidnapping plot that happened or whatever. But then you got the FBI who kind of like eggs these situations on and even like provides the resources for these people just so they can catch a case, you know. But you know, it is what it is, you know. These sentiments are real. So anyways, the lady does good things. So I don't know. Y'all talking about socialism. So if the kids get free breakfast, then we living in a socialist country all of a sudden. It's communism. It's a communism state because the kids get free breakfast. It's like, so you don't want the kids to get breakfast? Like, what is your problem with the kids having breakfast? Like, what's your problem with it? It says the budget also expands state-funded preschool to thousands of families. You know, and preschool is a big deal because families spend a lot of money on daycare. You know, a lot of money. Why does it cost so much? I don't know. That is so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that it costs so much for daycare. Like, why? I don't know. What the F? How did we get here? But so, anyways, preschool helps a lot of these families. They don't have to spend so much money on daycare if they can get their kid in preschool. And not only that, it gets the kids to start going down the direction of learning, you know. It gives them like a head start or whatever, you know, because the kid that doesn't go to school until first grade or something, or even kindergarten, you know, it's a lot of stuff they haven't learned. Like you could say, oh, well, the parents should be teaching them at home. Yeah, the parents should be teaching them at home. That's true. But at the same time, as a community, we can make sure that people aren't getting left behind, you know, regardless of who their parents are, you know, and we can have more people in our society who are, you know, educated. You know what I mean? Why would you want people around you who aren't? And then you can blame the individual. Well, whatever, blame their parents. But when you riding down the freeway and this dumbass is fucking on the road next to you, then now it matters. It says Michigan's education plan also increases the state's peer pupil spending by 5% to a record high 9,608, and devotes hundreds of millions to economic relief to attract and retain teachers, including increased pay and reduced tuition costs. That sounds great. Per pupil spending by 5%. It says, Michigan just became the 7th state to provide universal free school meals after California, Colorado, Minnesota, Maine, New Mexico, and Vermont. It says only 43 to go. Man, I live in Texas. We'll be the last state to do this. Let me read this. It says, the richest country in the world and only 7 states allow free lunches to kids at school. Reply to that one. It says, our leaders would rather invest in their failure than their success. Ooh, that's heavy. Look how much money the states, and Texas is a really good example of that. How much money is spent on these prisons. They build new prisons every freaking day. It's like, when was the last time they built, compared to the schools or universities being built, it's prisons being built. So this guy said they'd rather invest in the failures rather than their successes. So they make money off of these prisons, keep on building prisons. We don't want to educate them. We want them to be ignorant so they can go out here and rob somebody or something and be poor and hungry, so we can lock them up and make money off of them that way. So investing in schools, they don't see the profit in that. They see the profit in investing in prisons, though. It says, she and other governors like her are incredible bright beacons in the sea of darkness. Maybe all the taker states should take a page out of this book instead of banning it. Another comment, it says, good for Whitmer. It's nice to see someone who actually cares for children instead of the control of uteri. It says, no wonder red states have become such terrible places to live and blue states are at least halfway decent. Another comment says, we don't give a damn for the whole state of Michigan. The whole state of Michigan, the whole state of Michigan. We don't give a damn for the whole state of Michigan. We're from Ohio. Another comment says, Florida could never. I know, Florida, Texas, we'd be the last ones. It says, that's great to hear. Now kids in low-income houses don't have to starve or struggle through school from now malnourished brains. Another comment says, go Michigan. How do we get more states on board with this movement? Another comment says, this will devastate the economy. I hope they're trying to be funny. The kids having free breakfast is going to devastate the economy. Get all the way the F out of here. Let me read this one. It says, it'll be interesting to see how the reactionaries tell us that free school lunches will lead to, I don't know, the devil or something. Well, they say that the parents are going to go and buy cigarettes and buy weed and stuff instead of the money that they would have spent on their kids' breakfast. They're going to say that, the parents are just going to be lazy. The parents are lazy. That's the reason why they don't feed their kids breakfast. They're like, I feed my kid breakfast every day, so I don't know why they don't or whatever. Like, it's just an excuse to be ugly. Another comment that says, now make it good food, LOL. That's a good comment, actually, because, what are they feeding them for breakfast? It's a good chance it's going to be not good stuff. Another comment says, originally implemented as a Black Panther program in Oakland, California. That's a really good comment, and that's true. That's one of the things that the Black Panthers did, and that's really cool because, see, they went off of donations too. But that shows what the community can do. The community can come together and make sure that their kids, like let's say here in Texas, and they're not providing breakfast for the kids. The community can put money together. See, there goes again with the donations I was talking about earlier, where your money goes to God knows what. Well, you can actually get together in your community and make sure that people all the kids in your neighborhood at least have breakfast. Just get the money together from the parents or whoever can donate, and get together a program where you can get it distributed out to them in the mornings every day, and that will be your money going to something that's good. And then you can ensure that the kids are eating something good, make it some fruit, some fruit, some toast. Let me read another comment. It says, Big Gretch rules. Now that Michigan State Congress isn't Republican led and blocking everything she tried to do, the state is moving forward with being an even better place to live. I need to give my voice a break. I'm going to go into this couple of videos here. Let's do this one.
First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody that's prayed, man, and sent me messages. I cannot even begin to tell you how far it took me and how it brought me back. I went through something that I thought I would never ever go through. And I know a lot of people were waiting, or wanting to hear updates, but to be honest with you, I just didn't want you to see me like that, man. I want you to see me laughing, having a good time, partying, cracking a joke, doing a movie, television show. I didn't want you to see me with tubes running out of me and trying to figure out if I was gonna make it through. And to be honest with you, my sister Deidre Dixon, my daughter Corinne Marie saved my life. So to them, to God, to a lot of great medical people, I'm able to leave you this video. I cannot tell you how great it feels to have your family kick in such a way. And y'all know they kept it airtight. They didn't let nothing out. They protected me. And that's what I hope that everyone could have in moments like these. Now, by being quiet, sometimes things, get out of hand. People saying what I got. Some people said I was blind, but as you can see, the eyes are working. Eyes are working just fine. Said I was paralyzed. I'm not paralyzed, but I did go through. I went to hell and back, and my road to recovery had some potholes as well. But I'm coming back, and I'm able to work. So I want to thank the people that let me work, and I just want to say that I love everybody, and I love all of the love that I got. And man, I know they talk about people crying on videos. You can do take two, but I'm not gonna do a take two. It is what it is, and if you see me out from now on and every once in a while I just burst into tears, is because it's been tough, man. I was sick, man, but now I got my legs under me, so you're gonna see me out. But like I said, I just want you to remember me for the jokes that I crack, the movies that I make. Some of them good, some of them ain't. I think I got a good one out. The songs that I sing, man. And then, some people were talking about I'm clone. Well, check this out. Just kidding. Not clone, man, but I'm here on earth because of some great people. I'm here on earth because of God, man. So I love all y'all. I just wanted to jump on here and let you know that I'm on my way back in love.
Good to see, Jamie Foxx is okay. It was a lot of speculation going on about him or whatever, and then like he said, the people talking about he's cloned. It's like, they were saying that he's all light-skinned or whatever. Like, I don't know if people, what the hell is wrong with people? Like, it's so many things I could say that, like, for one, like if you're going to clone something, it has to grow up. You can't clone and it just be an adult. Like, it doesn't work like that. Learn more about the science. Like, there's, that's not a thing. Okay. First off. Second off, people, if skin tone changes a bit. You know, when you're inside, if you're inside a lot, you're gonna get pale. Like it happens for everyone. You know, the more you're outside and in the sun, then you get a little browner. You know, you get tanned. You know, so they were saying that he's all light skinned or whatever. You know, it's like, well, he probably was inside a lot. You know, and that's probably why. You know, and then like the different colors. And it has to do with like the images that you have of them when they're in movies and stuff like that. It depends on the lighting. It depends on the makeup maybe that they had on or whatever. Like, come on, you guys. Use your brain. Stop freaking going down these damn crazy conspiracy theory type deals where you make yourself look stupid is what you're doing. Like you really look stupid when you say stuff like that, you know, like learn more about the science. Cloning happens, but it has to grow, you know, and you can't just clone a person into an adult. Like you can't clone an animal and it just be an adult, like a grown up, you know. It doesn't work like that, you know. That's not how the science works, you know. So like, please just stop it, you know. And I mean, you just want something to talk about on the internet, whatever, you know. But again, you make yourself look stupid, you know. The ignorance bothers me a lot, you know. It bothers me a lot. That's why I do what I do here on the show. I try to educate people, or you know, at least give them information, you know. But yeah, it's good to see Jamie Foxx is okay, you know. They have the new movie. It's kind of blowing up. The one they cloned Tyrone or whatever. It looks like it'd be pretty funny. I don't know. I think it's on Netflix, or I don't have Netflix, so I don't know. Whenever it becomes available to me, maybe I'll check it out or whatever. I saw a lot of the reviews on it, and like Black people are really feeling the movie. It's one of those things what I was talking about with before, like how what they're doing with a lot of stuff is they're catering to people's predetermined beliefs or whatever. They're giving people what they want as far as like some conspiracy theory type stuff or whatever, or even racially charged stuff. And, you know, they're making shows and movies that cater to these people because that's what they want to see. So I can't blame them for that. You know, they're just trying to make money.
Can we go to the pool?
No. What?
We're going to the pool with the water balloons.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Distractions. So yeah, let's go into this one. Let's go into the Israel video, and that'll give me another chance to rest my voice. Israel's going through it. Hey, couldn't happen to a better state if you ask me. You create these situations for yourself, you know, boom, 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 boom. So tear yourself apart. Go ahead. I'm just gonna eat popcorn and watch it.
Breaking news out of Jerusalem at this hour, a final vote on that controversial bill, part of the judicial system overhaul. CNN's Hadass Gold is live for us now with the very latest. So Hadass, the vote, we were talking about the vote moving up a little more quickly than anticipated.
Yeah, the vote has actually now passed 64-0. This vote that will take away the Supreme Court's ability to stop government actions, declaring them unreasonable. It has passed. The reason it was 64-0 is because all the members of the opposition left the floor in protest to this vote. We are just outside the Supreme Court. Organizers here have set up big screens so that protesters can see what's happening on the Parliament, and you can hear that they are getting very loud. And they are actually all starting to walk down towards the Parliament building. They don't seem to be indicating that they're going to be leaving anytime soon, despite the fact that this passed. It appears that all attempts at last-minute negotiations failed. We know that there was lots of back and forth with the coalition and opposition to try to negotiate potentially a delay. Those appear to have failed. The government has managed to pass the first aspect of this massive judicial overhaul. This isn't the only part of the judicial overhaul. It's one bill of several. We're seeing on the screens of what's happening on the Parliament floor, coalition members congratulating each other, including Benjamin Netanyahu, just out of the hospital, actually, for a pacemaker that was just installed. He literally left the hospital this morning and came straight to the Parliament when this vote passed. Now, this does not mean necessarily that starting at this very moment, the Supreme Court cannot stop government actions. There are still several steps that need to be taken. And ironically, one of those steps is most likely an immediate legal challenge to this legislation, which will ironically be heard in front of the Supreme Court likely. Now, if the Supreme Court decides that this legislation cannot stand because it is ironically unreasonable in their eyes, then we are set up here for a major political crisis here for a country that has no written constitution. That's partly what's the issue here. Now, for these protesters, this passing, this they believe is the beginning of the end of an independent judiciary. This they believe is the beginning of government having unfettered power to do what it wants, because the Supreme Court is the only check on the government power here. I don't think that these protesters are going home anytime soon. I have a feeling we're going to be in for a very eventful next few hours as these protesters get potentially even more riled up, guys.
Hadas, what will happen now? Because Benjamin Netanyahu and those who supported it said the judiciary needed reform, it had too much power. Opponents say if you take away this sole check on the government, then you essentially have a dictatorship. So now exactly what that bill passed?
Most likely will happen. The Bar Association has said they're going to file an immediate petition in front of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court can file an injunction, a temporary injunction, stopping the legislation from being enforced. Now, that might happen. We have a feeling that that will happen. And then there will be a legal battle in front of the Supreme Court about whether this can stand. There's a lot of unanswered legal questions here, meddling questions here about what the legality of this will be. And I think also in the more immediate will be, keep in mind, thousands of military reservists have said they will not heed the call to serve if this legislation passes. This legislation has now passed. So now we're going to see whether they're going to live up to that pledge, whether if they get called up for service, if something happens on the north with Lebanon, if something happens with Gaza, if something happens even with Iran, will they call up, will they heed the call to get into their jets, to get into their tanks and serve as per their military reserve duty? And if they don't, will they be arrested? Will there be legal ramifications for them? These are all the questions now on the table because this legislation has now passed.
All right. Watching it very closely, Israel, of course, one of this country's closest allies. President Biden, of course, was very direct in where he stands on this and what he thinks should happen. Those words may have been heard, but it didn't certainly change anything he does.
No, it didn't. And we've heard from President Biden now twice in the past week, urging Netanyahu, urging Israeli leaders, take a step back, take time to come to a consensus. There's no need to rush this, have a negotiation. But clearly that pressure didn't seem to have much an effect. Now, remember, Benjamin Netanyahu has not yet been invited to the White House, not been yet invited officially for that big White House visit. This judicial overhaul was one of those potential reasons why. Now, we did hear from President Biden saying that they do, from the White House saying that they do expect Netanyahu and Biden to meet sometime in the U.S. soon. Now the question will be, this legislation has passed. There was no compromise negotiation. Will that invitation still stand? How will this affect U.S.-Israel relationships? The Israelis have been saying for the longest time, this is our own internal debate. This has nothing to do with the United States. Our partnership with the United States is strong, especially when it comes to security issues. There's a lot of questions, though, now hanging, especially with all these military reservists saying that they will not serve. We have yet to hear, of course, from the White House on this legislation passing, since this has just happened in the last few minutes. But it could very easily affect U.S.-Israeli relations right now with all of this legal, political questions going on.
Absolutely. Hadassah.
This is a whole mess, and, from my point of view, it seems like Netanyahu wants to be a dictator from jump. And this is what happens when you get in trouble and you dodge the bullets. Like, he's gotten in trouble over and over again, and he came back to power and come back to power and come back to power, and he's back in power again. And so, you have the different branches of government so that you can have checks and balances, so that one branch of the government doesn't get too crazy, doesn't get too powerful or whatever. So with this, what's happening is, they're talking about the Supreme Court not having power, and then the government can basically do whatever they want, without a check, and then you've got a person like Netanyahu in charge of the government, and there's no telling what the hell this guy is going to do. He's an extreme guy, so he's liable to pull all kinds of moves. And then you got the issue with the people, because see, in Israel, the regular folks are the ones who serve in the military. Everybody has to serve in the military if you're a citizen there, you know, and they move them in and out. So, but you got people that's saying that they're not willing to fight, you know, because they're not with this particular vote. So if something does pop off, you know, tensions with Gaza, you know, with the Palestinians erupt again, you might have a situation where a lot of the people decide not to fight, you know, and then that could cause, you know, things to get really, really crazy. What's up, Doc? What you were saying?
I would say male or female, you have a 2-year term. You have mandatory term for if you live in Israel. Mandatory 2-year term to be in the military.
Yeah. So, so in a lot of they're protesting this vote or whatever that passed, and part of their protest is saying that they're not going to fight. Some of the people are saying that. Let's read some comments. It says, this is purely about power and being able to do all kinds of bad things without having to answer for them. It's disgusting to witness this. Another comment, it says, having a Supreme Court without a constitution and or a Bill of Rights is like having a body of wizards in robes just guessing what is and isn't kosher. For anything to be a court, it needs rules. For anything to be a Supreme Court, it needs supreme rules. You know, and Israel, they kind of like built themselves in the reflection of the United States. They're like a baby United States. I say this all the time, but yeah, you would think, I thought that they had a constitution. Go ahead.
They did pretty well, but I'm telling you, this last 20, 30 years, you know, they're getting more and more militant. They're getting less forgiving. They're getting more, you know, we have the power now and we're going to use it instead of we use our power to defend ourselves, which I will generally almost always lean on the side of Israel because, you know, I mean, within years of being formed, they got attacked from every single country around them. I mean, their next door neighbor, I mean, up till 2-3 years ago, the motto of the people in charge was death to all Jews. I mean, so I tend to lean toward their side, but I can only lean so far when they start pulling crap like this.
Yeah, it looks like they're heading towards becoming like a full-blown dictatorship, you know, like straight up. And it'll be Netanyahu would be the dictator.
I'll tell you, the biggest thing that annoys me right now is I was in a conversation online the other day with someone that was bragging about, well, I'm from Israel, and well, you know, we have 2 years military service, but we have free education, we got free health care, we got this, we got that. And I'm like, dude, we provide half of your gross national freaking income. Back off when you sit there and say, well, I'm a better country because of this. It's like, no, you are that country because of us.
It's so
And
crazy
when I
that we
say us, I'm talking about U.S. in capitals.
Yes. So it's crazy how we don't have those things, and we give all of this money to a country that has these things every year. That's crazy. It's like we're subsidizing the all of those benefits that the Israeli citizens get to enjoy, you know, and then our people don't even get to have that stuff. I don't see the logic in that.
You know, one thing that annoys the hell out of me too here, and it's semi along the same lines, is the very fact that we still have selective service registration. That it's only for men, it's not for women as well. You can be denied political office, you can be denied work, you can be denied college, you can be denied your freedom if you don't register. despite the fact that we are not at any threat of war right now, but
Yeah,
only men.
yeah. And when was it? They haven't used that since like Vietnam. So I mean, it's there, but they don't just draft people like it had. Even though they can do it, it hasn't happened there forever, and I don't see them using
You
that.
see, it's supposed to be there just in case.
Yeah,
Personally, I think it's time to get rid of it because if something bad happens,
you're gonna have people lining up to join. You won't have a problem
we're
finding.
gonna, yeah, there's not gonna be a problem finding good people. And to tell you the truth, if something bad happens and we have a call for soldiers, our brightest and best are gonna step forward.
I think so too.
I mean, of course, it's not going to be a whole bunch of the rich people's kids, but then again, it never has been.
Never. Let me read some more comments. It says, unfortunately, as a German, I have to say that the Israelis should know better. It was them who suffered the most from our demise of democracy and the rise of nationalism and the unbridled power of extreme right-wing government. So it's not like there aren't any historical examples of the direction in which something like this is going to develop over time. It's like people don't learn from their past when they start getting so blinded, when they're so arrogant, when they're so like what's the word, hypocritical. I don't know what the word is, but when they deny facts, they get delusional is what happens. And so I think that that's the direction that they're going in. They as a society, they're getting very delusional. So yes, they know the history, but they're delusional. So they're allowing themselves to walk down the same road, that other countries have gone.
I'm seeing this as the exact same excuse I get from the left about how socialism is a good thing. We've been down this road. We've tried it. We keep trying it, and every time it turns out the freaking same. Yet somebody thinks all of a sudden it's a good idea because they're not going back and reading history. And this becoming, well, first of all, the Middle East in general, man, as a group of people, are some seriously hardcore, oppressive, angry people. I mean, they just like rolling up on each other and going to war, fighting over who's got the better imaginary friend to worship when it's the same one, and all that. And it like this guy. I love that statement from that German guy. They should know better. I mean, it's like you sit there and go, "Oh well, it'll be different this time. It's not gonna be the same," but it is. It starts out the same. The steps toward it are the same. Why do you think the end result is going to be different? You are not stronger than a political ideology, and that political ideology will take you over and roll you under because, like you always say, individuals aren't as important as the whole revolution. This one guy doing this, it's the match that starts the fuse, which goes to the powder keg.
Yep. Yep.
And
They should.
it's go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I was reiterate what you said. They should know better. They should know better. There's no excuse really. Let me read some more comments. It says, in case anyone was on the fence thinking, oh, this can't happen here. Well, this is an example of how things can and do happen all the time. And that's where I was going to say too, is like, the United States could follow this same path, and go down this same road, abolish the Supreme Court.
It's one of the reasons why. It's one of the reasons why I say Sanders is broken, Trump is broken, Biden is broken, Hillary is broken, DeSantis broken. None of these people are a good idea because they actually believe the way they think things should be is more important than the way America thinks things should be. They have failed multiple times for a reason, and they need to get over it. They need to step back and let qualified people come forward. Be a mentor, be an advisor, give it what you want. Tweet the hell out of everything, but stop telling us your way of thinking is the best. Especially when we voted you to represent us, and you didn't represent us, you represented yourself and only represented us enough to get votes.
Yep. That's why I'll be talking about campaign finance reform. And I think that if somehow we could change the situation where a regular person could win these big offices, you know, because I think some average folks, average working class person should get in there and be able to look out for the people, you know. I think a lot of these people, like the names that you named, are so detached, you know, from regular folks that they really just don't know what regular folks go through day to day, you know. So how can they represent them? How can they advocate for them? You know, how can they try to pass legislation that actually helps regular folks when they don't have any idea how regular folks live? I think you need a regular folk in there, and I think that the results will be better. Let's read some comments. It says, as an Ethiopian Jew, it's absolutely despicable what Benjamin Netanyahu has done to Israel. Our democracy must be protected at all costs. Another comment, it says, those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Boom. That's kind of what we were saying. Another comment. Yeah, so doomed to repeat it. They do not learn from history. It's like, that, like you said, it's they think that certain things are going to work, and you know, you don't learn. I'm losing my words. I'm trying to say my brain is going too fast for my mouth here, but yeah. Anyways, that was a great comment. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it, and that's what seems to be happening here in Israel, and could happen here. A couple more comments. It says, protest does little to change.
Happening here all the time.
It says, protest does little to change when the rich and powerful want something. Another comment, it says, the problem with the Supreme Court in a country without a constitution is that it's hard to see what the grounds of the rulings are based on. Time for a constitution with a Bill of Rights. Another comment says, sometimes democracy is 3 wolves and 1 sheep voting on lunch. Courts act as the waiter, letting the diners know what's on the menu. Another comment says, based on my countless reading of history, showed me any leader who increases his own power is always bad news. I have some Twitter turned to X or whatever now. I have some stuff on Twitter on this, some clips of protests. It says, Israelis blocked Tel Aviv's main highway after lawmakers ratified the first bill of judicial overhaul. Police used water cannon to push protesters, and several people were dragged away by officers. It's pretty brutal backlash on the protests. I had a clip where they used the water cannon to shoot this dude off of a ledge. Let me see. Do I have that? It's pretty hardcore. I don't see it. It might have been on Instagram. I know I got some
Well,
more clips.
remember, they're not as gentle with protesters over there as we are here.
Yeah, not at all. Like they killed that lady. She had press on her freaking jacket clearly, and they popped that lady. Man, that's messed up. Damn, that's messed up. It says a car runs over settlers in Jaffa as chaos and protests continue in the occupied territories. There's another angle for that one. Let me see. Where is it? Here it is. So that was probably a regular person who wasn't happy with the protests, and they just drove through a crowd of protesters. And it's weird because these are their own people. Like, it doesn't surprise me when Israel is hardcore on the Palestinians, but when they're hardcore on each other, that's pretty surprising to me. I wonder, do I have any more on this? I don't think I have any more on this. It says a night of mass protests in Israel shut down major roadways after the passage of a
Well, I know the last couple of days they've dumped a whole lot of stuff for all those people trying to pay attention to things. Just all at once, just literally, it literally was like quicksand. All the stuff was coming out.
Yeah. It says a night of mass protests in Israel shut down major roadways after the passage of a conscientious law that limits the Supreme Court's ability to check governmental power. The nation's largest union is weighing a general strike. And what's interesting about this is it's going to go in front of the Supreme Court now. So you think that the Supreme Court's going to uphold this? I'm sure they're going to be like, no, man, get this hell up out of here. It says Israel protests changes to the judiciary deepen split in Israel as opposition's opponents. The law is the first step by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government to curb the influence of the judiciary. Let's read some of this. This is New York Times. Let me go to this article. One second. Are they going to let me read this? They might not let me read this. I don't have a subscription. Let's see. Israel protest changes to the judiciary deepen split in Israel as opponents weigh next steps. The law is the first step by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government to curb the influence of judges, though its effects may not be fully clear for months. Protests calmed, but thousands of doctors scaled back medical operations to oppose the law. I wonder, does it have that clip of that guy that they mowed that dude off of he was like on a ledge and they used the water hose and it like blowed him like way the hell away. Like you could tell it was a lot of pressure behind the water hose. It says, here are the latest developments. After a night of furious mass protests, Israelis on Tuesday confronted a divided nation, some celebrating and some seething over the passage of a highly conscientious law that limits the Supreme Court's ability to check governmental power. Quiet generally prevailed across the country as supporters and opponents of the law, the first step in a broader effort by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's ultra-conservative government to curb judges' influence considered their next moves in a political standoff that could take weeks or months to play out. Are they going to let me read this? It says, even as most demonstrators who had camped outside of Parliament left after an eviction order, leaders of the protest movement, which was held mass rallies for 29 consecutive weeks, have vowed to fight on. Thousands of doctors scaled back medical operations in much of the country on Tuesday. Hundreds of high-tech industry leaders said they're considering moving their businesses abroad, and the country's biggest union said it was still considering a general strike. Mr. Netanyahu's governing coalition also appeared to be digging in, with some hardline members pushing to fire the attorney general, a key gatekeeper appointed by the previous government. It's also possible that the government might now attempt to reinstate Ari Deri, the ultra-Orthodox lawmaker who's appointed to Mr. Netanyahu's cabinet, was blocked by the Supreme Court earlier this year. How the deeper political crisis may be resolved remains unclear. Opposition activists said they had already asked Israel Supreme Court to review the law limiting its powers. A decision could take months, but the case will set up a crisis among the branches of the Israeli government. Here's what else to know. The Israel Medical Association, which represents 97% of Israel's doctors, declared a strike in much of the country for Tuesday, saying its members outside of Jerusalem, the capital, will handle only emergencies and critical care needs. Israel nationalist right celebrated the law's passage. From today, Israel will be a little more democratic, a little more Jewish, and we will be able to do more in our office, the ultra-nationalist minister Itamar Ben-Gvir told reporters on Monday. With God's help, this will be just the beginning. After Parliament approved the judicial law 64-0, with opposition lawmakers in the 120-member Knesset boycotted the vote, and the White House said it was unfortunate that it had passed with the slimmest possible majority. In a statement, the White House press secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said that the United States supported Israel's leaders' efforts to build a broader consensus through political dialogue. So it says, here are the details of Israel's new judicial law and Netanyahu's further plans. Israel's right-wing government, led by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, just enacted the first part of a sweeping plan to weaken the country's judiciary, prompting mass protests and deepening an ongoing political crisis. Here's what you need to know about the law and what's next. What is the law? The law curbs the court's ability to overrule government decisions. Based on whether judges think the decisions are reasonable, Mr. Netanyahu and his allies say the doctrine is subjective and enables activist judges to impose their personal opinions on elected leaders. Opponents say the legislation removes one of Israel's few checks on executive power. It bars the court from exercising the so-called reasonableness doctrine on decisions by the prime minister, the cabinet, and individual ministers. Reasonableness is a legal standard used by many judicial systems, including Australia, Britain, and Canada. A decision is deemed unreasonable, legal experts say, if a court rules that it was made without considering all relevant factors, or without giving relevant weight to each factor, or by giving irrelevant factors too much weight. It says, what change could it bring? The new law amends one of Israel's basic laws, which holds quasi-constitutional status. The reasonableness principle had drawn fury among figures on the right, with some accusing the courts of meddling in government policy. The justice minister in the governing coalition, Yariv Levin, has long accused judges of taking power from elected officials in effect tying their hands. In the past, judges have used the doctrine to bar a prominent ultra-Orthodox politician from serving in Mr. Netanyahu's government because of his recent conviction for tax fraud, to compel a municipal council to build a ritual bath for a local Jewish religious community, and to order Israel's defense minister to permit some Palestinians to enter Israel to attend a joint Israeli-Palestinian memorial ceremony. With the court stripped of a tool to contest government decisions, Mr. Netanyahu's government will likely find it easier to make controversial appointments to senior positions. the courts will still be able to strike down decisions or limit their scope on other grounds, such as if they were passed by lawmakers with conflicts of interest. Next steps. The law is one part of a broader overhaul of the judiciary envisioned by Mr. Netanyahu. Coalition leaders have vowed to continue to press onward with more changes in the months to come. After Parliament's extended summer recess that runs from Wednesday to mid-October, one proposal would allow the governing coalition to dominate the committee with picks Israel judges, including Supreme Court justices. Another would sharply curb the court's ability to strike down laws by Parliament. Still another would turn the country's independent legal advisors, including the Attorney General, into political appointees. Critics argue that the combined effect of the proposals would, in essence, demolish the independence of Israel's courts, cementing power in the hands of the coalition in power and pushing Israel towards authoritarianism. The Israel political opposition and the country's bar association, among others, have petitioned the Supreme Court to review the law passed on Monday, petitionally heralding a protected legal battle. Okay, I need a break. What do you think, Doc? I need a voice break. That situation is just crazy. I don't know. It seems like they're going into a out of control direction. And like I say, man, it couldn't happen to a better state. And I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm just gonna eat popcorn and watch it. If the whole thing just completely fell apart, it wouldn't be no skin off of my teeth. I wouldn't feel some kind of way at all. I need a break. Let me see if I have something here. Yeah, what do y'all think about this? Israel turning into a dictatorship. At least that's what it looks like.
Well, before I go that route and say, oh, it's turning into a dictatorship, I do need to learn a little more about what's going on. I mean, the same thing was said when, our Supreme Court got voted in or got put in, oh, it's going toward dictatorship. I hear that slung around by people who want to say the worst about a lot of things. But yeah, this is not good for the general people. The question is, were the courts interfering with government control by using the reasonableness doctrine? I mean, were they undermining government decisions, or were they actually acting upon what was reasonable? See, I don't know enough. I'd like to find out more about what other people think and feel. Obviously, the people are not 100% happy about this.
Clearly.
I mean, they seem to be a little angry. But I would like to know more before I sit there and go, oh, well, they're going full dictatorship. Oh, they're acting. I like the guy. I like what the quote from Germany, the German guy. They should know better than heading this direction. So, democratic, nationalistic kind of direction, enough that people from other countries are going, hey, we did that shit and it fucked up.
Yeah.
Just like when someone from Cuba or Venezuela comes here and tells us, hey guys, I just came from a country where they did that shit. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
You know, we need to listen, and we need to see, and we need to bring it. We need to listen. We need to see.
Yeah.
We can't get better until we start doing better.
Yeah.
We can't do better until we identify what we've been doing wrong and what we're continuing to do wrong. And I'm sorry, this whole one world order, all these governments, all of a sudden in the last few years, have turned into autocratic, people hating, you know, totalitarian shifts in their government. I'm beginning to think that it's happening too much for it to actually be true.
Yeah.
I'm beginning to think it's an exaggeration of a lot of the way some of the states are doing, that they're starting to take a small decision of conservatism toward totalitarian government. Yet I'm also worried about, on the other side of this, laws being passed where, you know, misgendering someone can get you put in jail. Because that is just as far out in cuckoo land as some of the other stuff that we're dealing with.
Let's check this out.
Houston surveillance video of a shoplifter at the Kroger store on West 43rd. You can see that man attempting to run out of the store with several steaks under his arm, but he was stopped by employees there. Even when he was confronted and stripped of the products, the thief tried to steal them back. He eventually gave up and left. But if you recognize this guy, you're asked to call Crime Stoppers at 713-222-TIPS. Well, in Northwest Houston, surveillance video of a shoplifter at the Kroger store on West 43rd. You can see that man attempting to run out of the store with several steaks under his arm, but he was stopped by employees there. Even when he was confronted and stripped of the products, the thief tried to steal them back. He eventually gave up and left. But if you recognize...
Yeah, I don't condone like shoplifting, stealing, and breaking the law, whatever. But if somebody's stealing steaks, they're probably hungry, you know? I mean, I'm not trying to defend this guy or whatever. What I'm saying is, it's like, you know, I don't know, man. Where's the compassion? I mean, I can't blame everybody's just doing their job. The people that work there, they're not supposed to let people steal or whatever. I'm just saying, looking at it from like a society perspective, you know, if you got somebody trying to steal some food, I mean, and then you got the cops looking for him. I mean, I don't know. Can somebody find this guy and give him something to eat? You know, probably most people are gonna turn him in to the police. What do you think, Doc? You there? Let me read some comments. It says, in Northwest Houston, surveillance video of a shoplifter at the Kroger on West 43rd Street. The man attempted to run out of the store with several steaks, but was stopped by employees. Another comment, it says, if you recognize this guy, you better call the food stamp office and tell them I said help this man out. See, that's what I said.
You know, I'm in the middle on here. I'm sorry. I don't hungry. We're going to give him all this. I'm going to give.
What do you say? What do you say? You're breaking up.
I'm saying I work at a restaurant where if someone walks in and they're hungry, we're going to give them we're going to give them food.
Yeah.
We're going to give them something to drink. This right here, the guy going in, stealing the double, you know, he's not stealing for hungry. He's stealing for the money. He's stealing money shit right there. If he's walking out with you know, a loaf of bread and some sandwich meat, he's hungry. He's going for the high dollar special stuff. That doesn't speak to me as someone, I'm stealing because I'm hungry.
Yeah. Well, shit. And the restaurant I work at, they're not gonna
look at the way he moves and stuff. This is not new to him.
Yeah.
And he's not homeless because he would have much more of a dark tan. You notice there would be a lot of darker. There would either be a lot lighter or a lot darker on the left. This is just a few. Go ahead.
Well, at my job, they're not gonna give nobody anything for free. Shit, they don't even feed us there. Let me read this. It says,
so fucking lively right now.
It says Houston has an unbelievably high rate of violent crime. No one is going to help you look for this hungry man. Another comment, it says, these comments are very different when it's a person of color, LOL. Is this not a thug activity? Another comment says, boy, you can have them steaks. I'd be the employee walking off because I'm not potentially losing my life or getting hurt for no dang steaks. Another comment, it says, if he was black, y'all would be saying so much racist BS in these comments, but because he looks like y'all, he gets every excuse in the book. Shaking my head. Another comment, it says, good, I'm sick of these low-life stealing and driving up the prices for the rest of us. Man, I don't think the prices are up because of people stealing, unless you're thinking of these big corporations stealing. They use that as an excuse, man. They're just price gouging the shit out of us. Let me read this one. It says, I don't get why they stop him. They have insurance policies to cover that, and they don't get paid extra. Another comment, it says, stealing meat, just get caught. I guess the stakes were too high. Another comment, it says, Crime Stoppers paying 2 G's for steak stealers now? I'm telling you, man, what is the priorities? He didn't even try to steal $2,000 worth of stuff, but they willing to give somebody $2,000 to turn him in. Another comment says, couldn't be me as the employee. Yo, fam, you forgot the steak sauce and the side dishes. Another comment says, he showed up to the pool party with no meat. Like, gotta do something, man. I can't be out here like that. Another comment says, homie just trying to feed his kids. Another comment says, probably had to steal it because everything is too expensive for the wages being paid. One more comment and move on. It says, he got what in return for protecting the beef? Probably not a dang thing. Yep. Walk out with those flanks, buddy. I'll turn my back and pretend that I didn't see you. I don't condone theft, but I'm also not going above and beyond my pay grade, nor potentially risking my life. I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't chase the dude up out of there either. But, you know, the security guard's job that's his job. And the manager, that's their job too. So, you know, they're going to get held accountable if they didn't. So they got to do their job.
To, you know, refer to her as she on the show as she wants to refer to me. He's very competent.
Don't tell me how I must refer. Don't tell me that. I am not obligated to refer to him as any way you tell me I must refer to him. I will refer to him as him. I'm not going to refer to him as her. I'm sorry.
You don't care how much transitioning has happened.
That's a man. He is a man.
Cassius, let's.
I don't care how much high heel shoes he wear, how much dress he wear. He's a man.
This dude ain't got no heart.
I just ask you to, you know, refer to her as she on the show as she wants to refer to me. He's very competent.
Don't tell me how I must refer. Don't tell me that. I am not obligated to refer to him as any way you tell me I must refer to him. I will refer to him as him. I'm not going to refer to him as her. I'm sorry.
You don't care how much transitioning has happened.
That's a man. He is a man.
Cassius, let's.
I don't care how much high heel shoes he wear, how much dress he wear. He's a man.
Wow. So this guy is like, it says news anchor asks man to use preferred pronouns. Let's just say he wasn't having it. He said, that's a man. She was like, can you refer to her as a her? And he's like, no, I'm going to refer to her as a him because that's a man. Like, you can't tell me how to refer to him or whatever. So this guy, he has like a Caribbean accent too. So like, they ain't playing that over there. Comments, it says, he wasn't having it. It says, don't try to bring this nonsense to the Caribbean. Another comment, it says, you can't transition biology. Sorry. Another comment says, everyone ain't on that BS. Another comment, it says, basically, he doesn't play in other people's imaginary games. Another comment, it says, if that's not a man, then the sky is not blue. Everybody don't have to follow this agenda they pushing. Another comment, it says, Caribbean people ain't with the shits. Another comment, it says, sitting over there with that strong ass jawline talking about her. Another comment, it says, well done, sir. Another one, it says, sir, you are a man. I won't call you nothing else. Another one says, hats off to you, big bro. Another one, it says, keep calling him him and watch him show you just how much of a him he really is. Another comment, it says, him, her, they, she, them. The fuck the difference does it make? Just because you would prefer to be called something doesn't mean the whole world has to agree with it nor accept it. I'm glad he did that on live TV and spoke up for all the people who are feeling the same exact way. It says, I know that accent, Bahamas. Let's move on.
The family was that discovered the and took it off the originals, not the Aboriginals, the originals that were there. That's how it was painted. Constantine coming with what, a cross. Yeah, maritime flags, crosses, Catholic Church written all over it. In fact, the year after 1492, when he went back to Portugal,
it's too much freaking music in there. You can't even hear what he's saying, really. They're probably going to give me a copyright ding.
Look at these people stealing. Say hi to the camera. Look at this shit. What the fuck is this? Handicap parking. Let's get the license plate down. What's your name, man? What's your name? Dude, crazy.
That other guy just had a couple of steaks and he got tackled on his way out the door. These people got baskets full of stuff and they was able to leave out and drive away and everything. Where is this at? Walmart, Target? First comment is, oh, this is Sacramento. It says, meanwhile in Sacramento, California. Look, the first comment says they stole in slow motion. Like, that's a big girl right there. Like, how the hell? Oh man. It says white privilege. You can casually steal in slow motion and not a single soul will try and stop you. Had that been anything else but white, they would have been tackled, sprayed, shot, arrested, and more. I don't know about that because we just played a video. I guess it depends on where you are because that video was in Houston where the guy couldn't make it out the door with steaks. Well, this California, they came out the door with baskets full of stuff. Another comment says, she can barely move and not a security guard tackled her. I guess they were scared. She was like a fullback. You're gonna have a hard time tackling her. This one, it says, can I just point out the fact that it was 3 white women who came out with a basket with the brother sat in the car. As he was like, I don't want to be a part of this. Y'all gonna do this. I'm gonna just sit in the car, man. Ain't nothing to do with this, man. They forced me to do this, man. I ain't even drive the car. You can't even charge me with getaway driving. None of that. Another comment says, all that weight dragging that charger down. Another comment says, mother, daughter, snatch and grab. I bet you won't see this on the news. Another one says, man, F them stores. I steal every chance I get. This whole country been stolen from us. F it. Another comment says, nothing to see here, just thugs doing thug shit. One more comment says, the brother in the front passenger seat is innocent. It looks as though he's been taken. That's what I said. He's like, man, y'all ain't gonna get me on this. Shoot, they forced me to do this. What is this one? Okay. This is more on the Israelis thing.
We fear we gone down to a dictatorship.
We're here to protect our democracy. We were left with no choice but to go to nonviolent disobedience. And we're here to protect our democracy with our bodies.
Shame, shame, shame. That's what they were saying in the courtroom. It says Israeli's prime minister passed a law that limits the Supreme Court's ability to overturn government decisions. The law is a major victory for the most conservative, ultra-nationalist government in Israeli history. It says Israeli prime minister passed a law to limit judicial power. Israeli parliament passed a law that limits the Supreme Court's ability to overturn decisions made by government ministers, completing the first stage of a wider and deeply conscientious effort to curb the influence of the judiciary. The decision capped one of the most turbulent moments in Israeli contemporary history. Protesters blocked roads outside of parliament, attempting to disrupt and measure they called an affront to democracy. We pretty much already beat this down. So let's move on. This one, it says the Pentagon is the only federal agency that can't pass an audit. They can't account for over half of its assets, which are in excess of $3.1 trillion. Yet Congress is about to increase Pentagon spending to $886 billion. It says total clown show. It says that's insulting to hardworking Americans. Say no, pass audit, no get money. Then watch how fast they run. Yeah, I think I've done covered this a few times already. It says reported as $3.1 trillion unaccounted for on September 10th, 2001. Go watch the C-SPAN video. Yes, the day before the attack on NYC, coincidentally, and everyone just forgot because we had an emergency at hand. And that wasn't the last time, because there was another time after that they couldn't account for like $1 trillion after that. Oh, this one, it says, an 8-year-old girl was killed in 1975 on her way to Bible camp. A former reverend just been arrested. It says an 83-year-old former reverend has been arrested for allegedly killing an 8-year-old girl in 1975 when she was on her way to Bible camp. What a sad story. It doesn't have any more clips with this. Let's read some comments. It says, again, with the predator pastors, never leave your kid alone with any patriarchal authoritarian creeps, priests, pastors, police, etc. Another comment says, Emmett Till accuser was 88 when she dies, but they didn't want to arrest her at such an old age. Selective justice. Another comment says, a pastor, but not LGBT or a drag queen. Another comment says, what? He wasn't a drag king? Wow. It's almost like those in positions of power in religious organizations are more dangerous than folks who like to dress up in flamboyant costumes, huh? Another comment, it says, also not a drag queen, so weird. Another one, it says, but Ron DeSantis said it was the transgender that were coming for our children. They spelled it Rhonda like Rhonda Santis. That's pretty funny. Another comment, it says, records indicate he is a registered Republican. Another comment, what, not a drag queen, a critical race theory? Have I been deceived? It says, but let's worry about drag queens reading books to children. These men of God are sickening. It's another comment. It says, another pastor who was a predator. This is why I don't trust any religion, and heads of religion include the one I grew up in. Another one, it says, damn, these comments are all the same. I thought there was more to this story right here in this clip, because this doesn't really give us very much. It's just like a headline. It said link is in the bio, but that stuff don't ever be true. You go to their damn page and then you can't even find it. So I'm not falling for the okie doke. Y'all not getting me like that again. How come these not loading? What's going on? I'm going to come back to this. I have some stuff on Twitter. My eyes are kind of burning. What happened to Doc? This one, it says, woman's remains found near Florida coast in 3 suitcases at different locations. Wow. Woman's remains found near coast in 3 suitcases. The body of a woman wearing a floral print shirt was found Friday, dismembered, and in 3 different suitcases near the Florida coast. Fox News posted this. Is there an article? Let's go to this article. 1 second. Woman's remains found near Florida coast in 3 suitcases at different locations. Is there a video? It says a woman's dismembered body was found Friday in 3 suitcases at different locations near Delray Beach, Florida, officials said. The Delray Beach Police Department received 911 call at 4:03 p.m. reporting a suspicious item.
Person of interest is being questioned in the case of a missing Kentucky mother of 4. This coming as human remains are found overnight, where police believe that Savannah Spurlock was last seen more than 6 months ago. Aisha Husney is live for us in studio with some new developments. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, police got a crucial tip around 5 o'clock yesterday, and just before midnight, they found human remains. Now they're questioning one person. This is all happening at a home in Garrett County in Kentucky. It's believed to be the last known location of Savannah Spurlock. Now, police say these human remains, they're very heavily decomposed. So they've been sent to the state medical examiner's office to be identified there. Now, Savannah is a mother of 4, just gave birth to twins in December. She went missing on January 4th. She was last seen on surveillance video here leaving a Lexington bar with 3 men. Those men have told police that Savannah left the Garrett County home by herself the very next morning, but her family not buying that. Police have actually searched this house several times already.
The property that we're searching is a family member of one of our suspects. So that's kind of what brought us here before, and that's why we're back here again. Our hope is to bring closure, to know what happened and be able to answer a lot of questions.
No charges filed just yet, but investigators have been working throughout the night. And Heather, we're just waiting to find out who this person is that is being interviewed right now.
Sad story. It sounds like she went to those people's house. Did she go to their house voluntarily and then something happened? Maybe they planned to do this the whole time. Man, don't go to people's damn house. Some random person you met at a damn bar, going to their damn house. It's probably not a good move. Do I have? Wait, hold on. Where is it? Do we know anything more about this? Freaking sad story. Let's see. Let's read some of this article.
Mother of 4.
Why does it go back to that? It says a woman's dismembered body was found Friday in 3 suitcases. Investigators responded near Palm Trail, about 55 miles north of Miami, and found a suitcase with the woman's remains, according to police. Later that same day, 2 more suitcases containing body parts were found nearby and are believed to belong to the same woman. The victim is a white or Hispanic middle-aged woman with brown hair or is approximately 5 feet 4 inches tall. Her eyebrows might be tattooed, and she is wearing a floral tank top with a black undershirt and black shorts. Police are asking for the public's help identifying the unknown woman and for any other information about the crime. Oh, so they don't even know who she is? It says a day prior to the grisly find in Florida, the Bexar County Sheriff's Office in Texas received a 911 call reporting human remains stuffed in a duffel bag dumped at a property in San Antonio metro area. Is this a different case? Because I thought we were Florida. What is the connection with Texas? It says Sheriff Javier Salazar said at a press conference that the bag was spotted by workers who were feeding animals at the location. The property owners were not home, but are cooperating with the probe, Salazar added. There is no indications the 2 cases are related. So it is 2 different cases. Yeah, that's sad. Do we have some tweet comments? Sometimes people know stuff. Let's go to the comments. Maybe somebody knows something. It says, this is beyond creepy. Killing someone is bad, but then cutting them up. Another comment says, depends on if she had Clinton info. Another comment says, what did this woman do for a living before she was murdered? What does that got to do with anything? And people are making off jokes. I'm not going to read those. Have some respect for people's life, you know. No longer living. I don't know, if you passed away, would you want people to be making jokes about it? I wouldn't. I wouldn't want people to make jokes about my death. I wouldn't find that funny. And I'm sure that the immediate family members, like, they don't even know who the lady is. Like, maybe they're still looking for her. Like, they don't know where she is. They may think she's still alive. And it's just missing. So people go missing all the time.
knowing that it was really because that company wanted access to you.
Well, that's not true. You're saying things you do not know what you're talking about. No one said that. Who said that?
Don't you think that it's, do you think it was wrong for him to take that position?
No.
Knowing that it was really because that company wanted access to you.
Well, that's not true. You're saying things you do not know what you're talking about. No one said that. Who said that?
Don't you think that it's, do you think it was wrong for him to take that position?
No.
This is an old clip. I don't know how this ended up on my thing, but in 2020, Joe Biden claimed it was not true that Burisma, a Ukrainian natural gas firm, paid Hunter Biden millions of dollars because they wanted access to then VP Biden. I guess it's relevant because they're still talking about this stuff in the news right now. It says last week we learned, this is old though, it says last week we learned of allegations from a highly credible source that this was precisely what Burisma was paying for, and that Joe Biden also received $5 million for getting a Ukrainian prosecutor investigating the company fired. So a lot of people are talking about this, so it is relevant. What is this? Just making sure I have this right. You can't believe what Lev Pernas says about the FD 1023 document being full of made-up nonsense because he's a convicted felon but can't be trusted. You can believe what an indicted arms dealer and Chinese spy Gao Luft says about the Bidens. He can be trusted. He says you can believe what ex-Hunter Biden partner and convicted fraudster Devon Archer says about the Bidens. He also can be trusted. Thursday, June 28, 2018, Devon Archer convicted on Manhattan federal court for the fraudulent insurance and sale of more than $60 million of tribal bonds. A unanimous jury swiftly found 3 defendants orchestrated a highly complex scheme to defraud a Native American community and multiple pension funds, all to corruptly bankrupt their own personal and business interests. Here's an interesting article from May 2023 on the possibility that Devon Archer would try and throw Hunter Biden under the bus to avoid prison time. I'm not going to that article. It says, well, since Adhere was such a bad guy, he fits perfectly with the Bidens. The Bidens couldn't partner with any honest guy to do illegal things, could they? Another comment says, but is he really an arms dealer? But is he really a spy? Who says so? Biden, FBI? Where's the paper trail? Another comment says, I don't trust anyone at this point. It says, sadly, we've learned from Dominion suit that we can't trust Fox News ever. Do you believe Adam Schiff? So explain your logic. It says, don't trust Michael Cohen nor Lev Parnas. I wouldn't trust any of the Republicans testifying against Trump if they hadn't found tangible evidence, videos, official documents, audio, etc. Most people will say anything to save their own asses. They need more than the word of. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I haven't been following this that much because it's just not that interesting to me. You know, if he's shady, I mean, he probably is shady, but if, you know, he did something illegal against the law or whatever, then hopefully he gets held accountable. And whoever else. You know, I don't think anyone's above the law. Whether you're the president or not.
Committee, has evidence that the president in the past communicated directly with foreign business associates of his son Hunter Biden many times. Curious if the White House and the president still stand behind his comment that he's never been involved and has never even spoken to his son about his.
So I've been asked this question a million times. The answer is not going to change. The answer remains the same. The president was never in business with his son. I just don't have anything else to add.
Chairman James Comer today says that the Oversight Committee, has evidence that the president in the past communicated directly with foreign business associates of his son Hunter Biden many times. Curious if the White House and the president still stand behind his comment that he's never been involved and has never even spoken to his son about his
So
business.
I've been asked this question a million times. The answer is not going to change. The answer remains the same. The president was never in business with his son. I just don't have anything else to add.
Chairman James Comer today says that the Oversight
I just don't have anything else to add. Like, stop asking me this question. You're irritating me. She's so cute when she's frustrated. She has a tough job. Comment says, sure. Another comment says, WMD to WMD programs. Another comment says, at Tom Fitton, the media is changing the word bribe to extortion when they talk about the bribe Biden took from Burisma, and that was on a few different shows on Fox. Another comment that says, the dim left media is using the usual word games to hide problems that otherwise will be in plain sight. How is this one related? It says, I've always been clear and consistent in my statements on this, and I've never changed a word. Another comment that says, big change in language. They're on the run. Another one that says, trying to ride the fence when it's covered in ice. Yeah, she's got a tough job. It says, then it goes to, I was in business with Hunter, and here's why that is a good thing. Bullshit meter. It says, the wig looks down in the dumps today. It says the story will change again too once these new lies proven false. Go ahead.
Her whole outfit is skewed. I mean, look at it. See how the shoulder on one side is so much farther over the whole back top. I mean, she looks ruffled, rumpled, and just look at it. Is that not the face of a woman that's just done with this?
Yeah.
The question is, which side is she done with? The reporters or the people giving her the information?
Yeah, or both. Yeah, they go through these press secretaries often.
When she speaks out, when she finally comes out and is out of her do not reveal or her DNA, do not her basically her gag order about everything going on, there's going to be a whole lot of dirt coming out. Like Kayleigh McEnany after she stopped being the Trump press secretary. She did a good job. I mean, I think her job was harder than hers.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. So, but I think she's nearing the end of her tenure with this. I think.
No, that face right there, she's getting done. Either with the questions or the shit that she has to say.
We'll have a new press secretary probably soon.
And she's gonna go on to make millions as a commentary.
Yeah.
Good.
What's her name? The chick that was in there before her, she works for Fox, I think she works for now. I want to say.
Yeah, she went to Fox, and she may be going over to Truth or one of the other ones because she doesn't like the way what Fox is making her say.
Yeah.
It's funny that a lot of people on the right are moving away from Fox.
Yeah. Yeah, Fox is losing shit. They're probably moving over to Twitter. Twitter is gonna start competing with them.
I'm not talking about the yeehaw crowd. I'm talking about the
Well, I think legacy media is just losing it all the way around.
Yeah,
Name one that isn't.
Twitter is pulling people back, but
Twitter, Rumble, YouTube.
they've finally been exposed as not being in cahoots with the government, but actually being the ones making the choices and starting to put strong arm the government.
Yeah. Yeah. So when people can actually
government.
When people can actually cover stories they want to cover, and when they can give their true opinions or whatever, their true thoughts on certain things, that's what people want to hear. And people are getting away from, you name it, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, all of them are losing, to independent media. People are getting their news from other places.
One of the things that I've always said, the you kind of yes and no agree with, you kind of don't like the way I say it, is the only way we can fight. We may not like this guy doing Nazi propaganda, but no, dude, you're not right. That's what free speech is about. You can't suppress, you can't lock down, you can't tell people, you can't say that, because that inherently makes people want to believe it. There are people that will believe something just because they're told. Creates fanatics and these right-wing and extremely left-wing people. It's not that it's true or anything like that, but they're being told, you can't think that way, you can't talk that way.
Right.
God, it's so annoying.
Yeah. So I agree.
But the only way to beat that is to bring out more people to prove that's wrong. And by proving right, by proving wrong, by showing what people feel, the more people in the ring, the more people talking, the closer we can come together, the better we can find our middle ground.
Right.
And that's where we all need to work at, is toward the middle ground. We have to stop with the absolutism of this is never going to be, it's not going to happen. I'll stop trying to die on the hill. If you die on the hill, then that means you're either a right hill or a left hill. You don't care about anything else than your hill, which makes you a tribalist.
I agree. And they could bring back viewers. The Hill on YouTube and Breaking Points, they have people coming from the left and from the right, and then they argue about whatever topics it is. And if the mainstream media would do that, they would bring back a lot more viewers, I think. That the problem is, depending on where you go, they only give you one side, one point of view on the story or whatever, the narrative or whatever, the supported narrative, and then that's all you hear, and then they tell you what to think and so forth and so on, and they treat people like they're stupid, like people can't come to their own conclusions. So yeah,
there's too many people with their own shows with their name on it, or group shows with all the same opinion, where all you're supposed to do is sit here and either listen to this person's opinion or listen to these 5 people all give variations of the same opinion.
Right.
I mean,
I can't watch it.
What's killing it? There's not two sides. Very, on all of Fox, Tucker, and gut feel.
Yeah.
Actually try to toss in, even if it's to make fun, even if it's to make a joke, they are acknowledging where others don't, that there is another opinion out there. They're sneaking that into the way they're doing. They're having to, like Tucker before, we're having to follow the code. We have to follow this. But we can toss in, there are other ideas out there. I watched Tucker because he was entertaining. He was funny. You know, he's like that crazy old uncle that talks shit. That he's not really dangerous or anything, but every now and then he says something that makes you stop and go, "Huh."
Yeah.
I got to look that up.
Yeah.
I looked up more things from Tucker than because of the other side.
Yeah. Let me play some of this.
That they bribed the Bidens, okay? This was given to the FBI. When Bill Barr finally found out about it, he sent it to his office in Philadelphia. They actually said that this was...
Come on. Come on.
very credible. The FBI kept this from the IRS individuals for them.
Come on.
Ever to see it. So not only do they claim that they were bribed, we now...
Come on.
Find information that 16 out of 17 payments from Romania were provided to the Biden shell companies while he was vice president. When President Biden was running for office, he told the American public that he's never talked about business. He said his family has never received $1 from China, which we now prove is not true. We now have some of the most credible whistleblowers. These 10-year IRS agents who have come forward said that the Biden family has been treated differently, that what Weiss has told us is different than what Garland and Weiss has told the public. And you're sitting here today where now you have found millions of foreign money, just what the 1023 alleges they did to Biden's family. Now we found that it has funneled through shell companies. If you're sitting in our position today, we would know none of this if Republicans had not taken the majority. We've only followed where the information has taken us. But Hannity, this is rising to the level of impeachment inquiry, which provides Congress the strongest power to get the rest of the knowledge and information needed. Because this president has also used something we have not seen since Richard Nixon, used the weaponization of government to benefit his family and deny Congress the ability to have the oversight.
If we are talking about millions of dollars coming from our top geopolitical foes, and that the Biden family has been corrupted and took in all of this money, and he was complicit in that, wouldn't that mean that we have a criminal enterprise as president of the United States that had to be on every level compromised by countries that are not particularly fond of us?
Well, it's interesting that the Biden family runs, if they say, a company but never had an office and shell companies to be able to pay through. But if they really ran it for foreign countries, why didn't you get money from France, from Germany, from UK? Why does it have to be from China, Romania, in these countries that have real challenges and had problems going through? I believe we will follow this all the way to the end, and this is going to rise to an impeachment inquiry the way the Constitution tells us to do this, and we have to get the answers to these questions.
In the words of John Dean, a malignant cancer now is surrounding the Biden presidency, and those walls are closing awfully tight.
So it says, calls for Biden impeachment grow as corruption investigation heats up. What do you think, Doc? It wouldn't let me do the captions. I didn't have an option. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I'm having a lot of crazy lag tonight. A lot of it's on my end.
Yeah, my screen is kind of freezing up
But
too.
what is this? What is this I heard earlier this week about, or last week, about while we were paying attention to something else? The House impeached him already, or put forward an impeachment vote?
I don't know about that for sure, but I did hear something about that too.
Yeah, I'm living I'm living in a Mandela world right now where I don't know if half of the stuff I heard is true or not, because my inability to access trustworthy news.
I know. Yeah, so that's why I'm always
I mean,
weary to say for sure.
Well, see, like I say, I'm used to looking through alternate sources and stuff like that, and now I'm still having problems finding real information, even using alternative sources. I'm wondering if that's part of the reason why my computer's getting all gacked up.
Mm. 6 hours ago, I see some stuff
It takes
here.
me almost 11 seconds.
I see something. It says Joe Biden laughs, ignores questions about potential impeachment by House Republicans. Trump rips GOP for not impeaching Biden as president laughs off the idea. So it looks like it hasn't happened, but they're talking about it.
Okay, as one of the American people that actually, as actually one of the American people that votes and actually gives a shit about this, how about we not spend the millions of dollars that you're going to pull out of Social Security to impeach him? He's got 2 years left. He ain't going to get, he's not going to be the new guy.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to make it. I don't think Trump's going to make it. It's too, first of all, for Biden to win again, he can't keep the same vice president. People just don't like her enough. And right now, because of this controversy, a likability factor is going to be necessary. He may be creepy Uncle Joe, but she's not a likable person. Pence screwed Trump. He can't get the full support of his own party. There's no one that Trump could run with except a Democrat that would be enough to pull him in, pull a vote for him.
Let me play this.
Suggest that they may be close to an impeachment inquiry of President Biden. What's your reaction to that?
My reaction is, where's the evidence? There is no evidence of any wrongdoing by the president. And Mr. McCarthy knows that. This is everything in upside down,
That
because
sounds familiar.
the former president, who was so corrupt and crude and base, engaged in such criminal activity, now we're going to try to deflect, or McCarthy's going to try to deflect and try to drag Mr. Biden into this. It's actually completely upside down. Again, it's failed leadership. And what it is also showing is the extraordinary contrast between what Democrats have done, particularly under President Biden in the last Congress. Look at what we did in the big bills that we passed. Everything from ARPA, which was actually in the Congress before, but the infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Safer Communities Act, IRA, all resources to invest in America, to invest in Americans as our economy is growing. Last night, I had a telephone town hall, which was really informative. I loved the opportunity to talk to my constituents. We had more than 6,500 folks on the call. And what they tell me is they have a growing confidence in the economy as jobs are back. Inflation is cooling. Manufacturing jobs, 800,000 created. But they have an exhaustion with the low base place this criminal, corrupt former president has taken our country. So we're at a time of great contrast. Democrats leading, investing in America, and Republicans chasing conspiracy theories.
I don't know. What it does say is the government is a mess. That's what I can say for sure. As far as what you said, Doc, it sounds like the same thing they were saying about Trump. Why don't we go all the way back to Clinton? What was the very first words you heard? They don't have any evidence for that. Yeah. Well, that's what they always
it's the
say.
same story. Yeah, when I hear that as the very first deflection, it's like, oh, there's something there. There's no evidence of that. Pause. Yet. I mean, and there's never any evidence of what they actually are getting impeached for. Look at Clinton. He got impeached for lying on the stand. Oh, I did not touch that woman. So, well, I don't have my facts, and I didn't expect to have to fill time. So, yeah, this doesn't really matter. I mean,
sorry about that.
No problem. I'm just saying this doesn't really matter because Biden, I think, is going to be a one and done. It is ludicrous for them to run him as a presidential candidate when he can't even find his way on and off the stage.
Yeah, I think he's done too. And it would be stupid to impeach him on his way out the door for what? For some kind of political, I don't know, political show, distraction.
Yeah, I understand why they're doing it for Trump. They want to stop him from running again. But I don't care what side of the fence you're on. If they push Biden into running, I would very seriously start having the law enforcement look into it as abuse.
I don't think he wanted to run the first time either.
I mean, is that not what we said about Kanye?
Yeah.
There's some mental illness going on. He doesn't need your vote. He needs your help.
I'm telling you, man.
I'm putting Biden in the same place.
I'm telling you.
I mean, at least Reagan started twisting toward the end more after he was voted in. He wasn't gone during that last election. Biden was gone during the last election. Yeah. I mean, he spent 10 weeks campaigning literally from the basement of his house because they couldn't trust him to go into public. I really thought they were going to tip him and pull him out at the 2-year mark. But then Kamala just did so bad and became so unlikable to everybody that it's like, no, we can't give her 10 years.
Mm-mm.
I mean, that no. When she went over to Africa to talk about this and that and the schools they wanted to put in that will teach, that multiple genders exist, and went off on that, and then they literally said, leave now. Take your money, take all your shit, just leave. We ain't going with that. And guess what? Now, guess who they're talking and trading with?
China
and Russia. So that's what this whole I don't know what bathroom to go in thing is leading to by being pulled into the major part of the consciousness of the world. It's making us the laughing stock.
Speaking
it's
of,
okay. Like I say, and the thing is, I'm a supporter of let your freak flag fly. I mean, I'm a big supporter of Blair White. I mean, the Psychology Today or the Inside Psychology, that guy, girl. I mean, that was one you guys didn't even realize. They're like, you do realize, it's like, yes, that's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's real. This blue-haired, nose ring, hairy-chested with mammaries, it's male. No, that's not it.
Yeah.
I mean, the GameStop guy, I call him Macho Man Tranny Savage.
Yeah.
But then again, we both came from Generation X. When the conversation was having a problem with a tranny, it's like we need a mechanic, not a social, not a psychologist.
It took me a
Yeah.
second to realize what you said.
Let me play this. Check it.
Award for Best Actress at the Golden Globes. Are we really still trying to make the case that feminism supports women when the feminists are completely silent and or cheering on biological men taking over the space of women? Somebody spell this out for me. So let me just get this straight. In the last few years, a biological male has been named Woman of the Year on several magazine covers. A biological male is referenced as a top-ranking female in our White House. A biological male was named the NCAA Women's Swimmer of the Year. A biological male is making tens of thousands of dollars being the face of womanhood for Nike, for Tampax, for Bud Light, for Kate Spade, and countless other companies. A biological male took home the award for Best Actress at the Golden Globes. Are we really still trying to make the case that feminism supports women when the feminists are completely silent and or cheering on biological men taking over the space of women? Somebody.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, man. It's like, for me, it's like women are the ones who's losing. And it seems like they should be the ones screaming the loudest about this stuff. You know? Why aren't they? I wonder. And then talking about feminism or whatever, like, if you're a feminist, then you should be screaming about this.
Oh no, then you're a TERF.
What is TERF?
Trans eradicating radical feminist.
Okay. Let's read some comments. It says, men can help you on this one. We didn't allow it to happen. Go to work, boss bitches, and independent strong women. Telling you, the women should be the ones mad, and they should be the ones leading the charge to get this stuff turned around. Another comment says, great job, feminists. Where are you now? Another comment, it says, and in the hospital, you're now called a birthing person. Honey, if you can't carry a child in your belly for 9 months and push the whole thing out, the vag you're born with, please sit the F down and S the F up. Men are not women and women are not men. I wasn't raised this way. This became some new trend in the recent years. Even in like 2010, no one really heard about this stuff. If you can't get pregnant because you're a biological man and cannot give birth to a child, we women are not called birthing people. They need to stop with this nonsense. It's really infuriating. And when I speak my mind, I get bashed. But once again, the land of the free, right? How the tables have turned. Land of the free, but can't even speak my mind without getting cyberbullied and attacked. If you don't like my comments, simply don't reply or skip. I don't mind the trans stuff. Just do it over there and stop forcing it onto us to accept it. and forcing it onto our children. Rant over. Another comment that says, so men are better women. Another comment that says, proof we really are better at everything. Another comment that says, we sacrifice those guys to prove a point. Another comment that says, stop the planet I'd like off. Another comment that says, goodbye to women's achievements, one giant leap backwards for women. Another comment that says, you can't call yourself a feminist if you are all right with all these males stealing our space. Males better at being women than us, really? Another comment that says, this phenomenon seems to be the very definition of patriarchy, yet still feminazis who complain about patriarchy remain silent or cheering on the biological males. This is cultural Marxism at its finest. Another comment that says, glad someone said it. Where I live, they put free tampon dispensers in all the men's washrooms in the city community centers. Where have the free tampons been for the women who, you know, actually need them for decades? Another one that says, anyone with a nose can smell agenda from miles away. Another one that says, you brought this on yourself for voting for Biden. You can't give this to Biden, bro. Another one that says, so what's the issue? Another one that says, indirectly, the biological male who pretends to be a female is the colonizers of female space. Why are you so obsessed with being a woman? No matter how much money you have, no matter how great you are, you will not be able to turn yourself into a complete woman. You will not be able to change what God has created in such a way unless you are God himself. But in fact, you are just stubborn beings who impose your will and your obscure ideology on other people's children. Stay away from women's space and our children. Craziness, craziness, craziness. Insanity is what I call it. Craziness. New details emerged Friday that might provide clues in the mystery about why a 23-year-old U.S. Army private crossed the border into North Korea earlier this week. So, yeah, this was catching the news. I don't know why this picture's not showing up. This was catching the news. The guy, I think he's still stuck in North Korea. He can't get out. But they're saying that he went on his own. Some comments, it says, but I bet he regretted that decision. Go ahead.
From what I understand, he went as a U.S. tourist. But because he's part of the military, it creates a problem with it may be to North Korea, that is a spying situation. That would be like, hey, I'm a sergeant in the military. I go over to South Korea. I'm wearing all civilian clothes. I'm doing all of this. I want to see it because I want to see it. I'm off. It's my time off. I got a weekend. I'm gonna take a bus into North Korea because I want to see North Korea. I want to see what it's about. And they're letting American tourists do that now. So then they find out that I'm actually in the military. Now shit's awkward. This is one of those this is one of those narrow cases, interpretation cases like Brittany Griner. Everyone was upset about her getting arrested, but at the same time, she knew what was going on. She knew what was in there. She could have not put herself in that situation.
Yeah.
I'm thinking this is one of those. I don't think he was in there to spy. I just think the optics are fucked up.
Right. And knowing how North Korea is, you can't be surprised when they react this way. You know, just the same thing like you said with Brittany Griner. knowing how hardcore they are on drugs and stuff, you get caught in the airport with drugs, and they come down with a hammer on you. They do the same thing to everybody else. You can't be surprised. You know, you need to make better decisions. You need to be more careful. So,
and this is also why I think that anyone that was in the military or active or something like that from the military that had something to do and crossed that Rubicon and went into that building on January 6th needs to be handled by military prosecutors because they know better.
Or they should have.
The regular civilians, the ones that didn't, that were just tourists, let them go. And I'm sorry, the Buffalo Shaman, let him go, man.
Let me read a couple comments. It says, but I bet he regretted that decision real quick. I say leave him there. He'll learn that lesson the hard way. Another comment, it says, he was facing charges for assault. Leave him, let him find out. Another comment, it says, I think most people agree it was his choice. We need to pay the consequences of an airhead. All the advantages North Korea is already taking because this person decided to escape his life and think only on himself. Another one, it says, I think he have enough of Biden. Go ahead.
What more is going on here? This is not just a guy taking a tour. Was there a video or something going on? Because I just assumed the whole. I thought from all I saw so far, which I haven't looked into it, he went over on a tour bus and they didn't let him out. Now I'm seeing, what is this? Attack, different, right decision, what the, send criminals? What the heck's going on here?
Well, apparently he was in trouble, and they said that he was, from these comments, he was trying to escape some kind of persecution or whatever. And so maybe, you know, he went on his own on purpose to kind of avoid getting in trouble or going to jail.
Well, he just lost media on his side.
Because let me read a couple more comments. It says, well, he made the right decision. He ain't coming back. It says, definitely not a mystery. He just didn't want to go to jail. Another one, it says, let's send all our criminals there. It says, give him a month. He'll be crying to come home. It says, yeah, sure. Just leave a soldier and lie like he doesn't want to come home. Another one, it says, leave that man alone. If another war break out, just go get all the prisoners. They ain't doing nothing but getting their GEDs, something that they can't use because they locked down for life. And, you know, what he said about wanting to come back home within a month, you know, I saw some videos that was showing that it's not nearly as bad in North Korea as people think. There's a lot of propaganda when it comes to this. Like, as far as the dictatorship and the TV and the internet. Go ahead.
There's a lot of things, but cool and stuff. Yeah, dude. Now you're talking about propaganda.
What do you mean?
Read one of their history. I've actually seen one of their history books that got smuggled out. Nah, dude. Yeah, no.
I saw some videos of people who went over there.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw some videos of people who actually went over there, and it's
Did they bring the history book out? Did they bring the education books out so people could read them? No. They won't let them out.
Yeah, well, some of the stuff is true, but some of the stuff is not true.
Yes, and there's a reason for that. And I don't care how nice and pretty the things are. You think our history is staged by the government? You think our history is rewritten by the government? Yeah. You need to read one of those.
Yeah, but what does that got to do with how you would live there? Like how things would be with you living there, you know? Um,
Dude, you
you
say
know,
one of the worst things about America is the fact that we change our history, we change our past. You gotta understand, these guys turn the leaders into practically gods. I mean, everything. Oh God, I don't have. This is something that, like I said, I took some notes on. I have to get to my sources and stuff on this to explain some of the things that they talk about. Jean-Il, Jean-Young, and the last one about how they practically gave birth to themselves, kind of things, and how one of them actually invented electricity. And I mean, it's seriously kind of dictator, you live here, you believe this kind of stuff.
let me play this. Let's move on.
All right, you're not sharing if you're playing something.
Wait, hold on. Okay, comments. What were we saying? You there, Doc?
You were saying that if you were showing a video, you've not been sharing for the last 3 or 5 minutes.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you'll need to redo that last one you were playing.
Okay, let me play.
Renew it every 2 years. Do you know how often a gun owner in Tennessee needs to renew their firearm permit? Take a guess. I'll wait. Every 8 years. And that's not all. When I renew my permanent disability parking permit, my doctor needs to complete a number of forms proving that my permanent incurable blindness is in fact still permanent. This means I need to make arrangements to get to their office, and I need to make arrangements to get to the DMV because it can only be renewed in person, and I'm permanently blind and can't drive myself. Gun owners, on the other hand, all they need to do is provide an inventory of their current firearm supply, and they can only renew their permits online. How is it easier for me as a blind person to get a gun permit than it is for me to get a permanent disability parking permit? Do you want to know something wild? So I need to renew my permanent disability parking permit every few years, just in case I woke up one day and magically had perfect vision and didn't need it anymore. Well, if I lived in Tennessee, I would need to renew it every 2 years. Do you know how often a gun owner in Tennessee needs to renew their firearm permit? Take a guess. I'll wait. Every 8 years. And that's not all. When I renew my permanent disability parking permit, my doctor needs to complete a number of forms proving that my permanent incurable blindness is in fact still permanent. This means I need to make arrangements to get to their office, and I need to make arrangements to get to the DMV because it can only be renewed in person, and I'm permanently blind and can't drive myself. Gun owners, on the other hand, all they need to do is provide an inventory of their current firearm supply and they can only renew their permits online? How is it easier for me as a blind person to get a gun permit than it is for me to get a permanent disability parking permit?
It's harder. It's more difficult for her to get her disability permit, parking permit, than it is to get a gun permit. Basically, that's the point. And sending her through all kinds of changes.
No. This you here I come up with this is a left-right approach. This is a bullshit approach. This is an anti-gun approach. This should be a, why are we treating handicapped people like this? This is not a gun control issue. This is a, why does someone labeled with a permanent disability have to do anything more than show up every, 16 or 20 years to be able to renew their picture? This is how we treat the handicap issue. This is not a gun problem. I mean, you may want to conflate it to the other, but the real issue is how she's being treated as a handicapped person. That's what this issue is. This is what we need to fix to make things better.
Yeah. Let me read some comments. It says, absolutely ridiculous, not shocking because Tennessee, but typically gross. Another comment, it says, before some jabroni says blind people shouldn't be driving, the permit allows the person who drives them to appointments or shopping or whatever to park in handicap space. Another comment, it says, definitely show up to the shooting range with your legal weapon and see how they feel about your Second Amendment right. Too blind to drive, but not to shoot. Another comment, it says, Republicans care more about guns than people's health. Another comment, it says, you're absolutely correct. You do need to go get a gun permit yourself to show them how dumb this is. Videotape the whole thing. Don't say shit about being blind and just see how far you can take it. Godspeed. Another comment, it says, disability tax. The GOP intentionally makes the lives of disabled more difficult. Another comment, it says, as a disabled Tennessean, she is correct. I have to go in every 2 years to renew my handicap tag, but Tennessee passed permitless carry 2 years ago, so permits are no longer required to own a gun here. Don't even get me started. Another comment says, and how is it that people complain about voting by mail, but are okay with gun permit renewals online? She makes a great point. Another comment says, hey, Tennessee, stop voting for Republicans. Another comment says, because you live in America, the land of the free for gun owners and school shootings and paid off Supreme Court. Another comment says, disability tags should be tied federally to disability benefits. There should be access to that info so disabled people don't have to jump through hoops to get them or renew them. It's ridiculous. Another comment says, it's the eye roll at the end for me because yes, girl, the asinine absurdity of it all. Another comment says, I don't have any words. Our country is beyond backwards. If change doesn't happen now, people won't survive here. Another comment says, Tennessee is quickly upping the game as armpit of America. It is a close race with Florida and Texas. Another comment says, California just started a requirement to renew disability parking permits every 2 years. I think there was a lot of abuse of the system with abled people getting permits under false pretenses. But fortunately, all you have to do is go online and click the few radio buttons to attest that you're still disabled. But the whole thing is stupid waste of time because legislatures don't understand the concept of permanent, I guess. So that's cool. Like this person said, California is doing the same thing. So she's making the argument, you know, and a lot of people in the comments was making the argument that it was Republicans and, you know, states like Tennessee, Florida, and Texas. But this comment just said that they're doing the same thing in California, and California is definitely not Republican. Let me read this one. It says, it's actually worse than that because Tennessee no longer requires any permits to own firearms. The legislation passed permitless carry in 2021. This comment, it says, the only thing more ridiculous would be is if she has a gun permit. Can't even see, but you can get a gun.
I would do, if I was really a gun control advocate, I agree. She should get a gun permit just to prove how ridiculous it is that a blind person can actually get a gun permit. I would back her up on that. Matter of fact, do we know any blind people?
Yeah.
That can break your channel right there, dude. If you do a series of videos about getting a blind person a gun permit.
Yeah.
I'm not joking, dude.
Yeah. It's a good idea. This reel right here, this is, I think I mentioned this earlier about the guy on the ledge getting sprayed with the water cannon. So this is that clip right here. It says, police in Israel have used water cannons to try to disperse protesters opposing change to the justice system. Did you see how they knocked that dude off of the ledge there? I'm gonna let that play one more time because it's like the dude was sitting on the ledge and they hit him with the water cannon. It looked like he flew like 5 feet back.
But it was right said Fred, man. As soon as I saw him, I'm like, two steps before my sorry, bad joke.
Anyway, Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall. Boom, you saw that? Wow, hit that dude hard. Hey, get off the ledge.
The question is, the guys in the water tank, which one won the bet for how many feet he'd fly back?
Yeah.
Who got the over and under on that one?
So this one, it says Hollywood shut down studios want to scan actors to own their likeness forever. They won't let me play this? Hold on. You see, can this one play? Oh, it's the same.
Okay, so I'm look, man. I'm trying to do voiceovers and things like that. I'm actually involved in this. I got my first chance to do a Hollywood project, but I would have to cross this picket line, and I turned it down. The things that they're going for and asking for is like, I go in, spend 8 to 10 hours doing voiceover sessions and things like that, and then they use my vocal composition to make an AI to do my voice. And that's it. I'm paid for it. They never have to pay me again. And these other actors, right now, they scan. You go in, you get 1 week of pay, $6,500. If you're in the guild, if you're not, less. They put all of these things on you, the suit. You get motion scanned, how you walk, how you move, and all of that. And you get that $6,500, and then they own that Tron reproduction forever. They never have to pay you again for anything they use that for.
So it
They
says
never have to
Hollywood.
pay you again for anything they do that AI voice for.
Mm-hmm. It says
Which
Hollywood.
means you do
Go ahead.
AI voice, you get $1,300 once. It doesn't matter how many productions they make. It doesn't matter how many series they're in. It doesn't matter how many times they use your image, your voice, all of that. It's done. They own it. And that's why they're striking. And that's why I won't cross that picket line to do a voiceover job while this is going on.
Yeah.
Even though it guarantees me work and guarantees me getting in. But even if it did get me in, they'd make sure I never got another job.
Let me read it. It
I'm on the
says,
union side in this. This AI stuff, no.
me too. I agree with you. It says AI proposal sparks actor strike. Hollywood actors are striking due to controversial AI proposal from major studios. The proposal suggests scanning background actors' likeness for a one-time payment of $200, granting the studio perpetual rights to use their images without consent or compensation. This move has raised concerns about job displacement by AI. The Actors Union, SAG-AFTRA, is fighting for contracts to protect the identity and talent while demanding higher wages and royalties from streaming services. The studio claimed they offer a fair deal, including using AI in productions. However, the dispute continues, impacting countless industry workers. Yep. This has been heavy in the news.
I'm not behind. Okay. Crunching every penny of profit that you can get for everything out of stuff in the long run is going to raise prices of subscription services. But to be fair, they are not paying enough for subscription services. For example, the Black Widow movie, the one that made the big shift, the rift between Scarlett Johansson and Marvel, and started all of this, people becoming aware, was she was guaranteed opening day cut as part of her contract. However, due to the pandemic and things, her thing was delayed and was released both on streaming services and in the theaters at the same time. They refused to pay her the money that they made on the streaming services because it was not a movie theater contract. So she lost millions of dollars from her couple of dollar or penny or two or 30 cents off the dollar of those sales. And that's where this started and came from. And I get that. They changed the rules, and they changed the rules to screw the actors. And while I'm not as defensive about her because, you know, she's got all the looks and millions of freaking dollars. I mean, she's on the high end of how all this plays out anyway.
Yeah.
But everyone's fighting for the little ones that don't get that lucky Marvel contract.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that just like, we're gonna pay you for one time showing up, but for the next 100 years, we're going to use your computer image in background scenes as background characters, maybe even as a main character, because we have your image, we have the rights to use it. People started liking you. It don't matter that it's not you anymore. We're going to sell you anyway, and you have been paid later.
Yep. Let's move on. Let me read this one. It says, all these dudes who are losing their shit over Barbie need to come to terms with the fact that if they are this upset over a movie about a doll marketed towards women, that maybe, just maybe, they are not the all-powerful, ultra-dominant alpha male that they think they are. Yeah, it's a lot of backlash over the Barbie movie, and I don't really know why. Let me read some comments. It says, the GOP has nothing to offer to solve any of today's problems, so they jump on that hate Barbie bandwagon.
Watch it and you'll understand.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. This one, it says, men, I'm a man, F your feelings, also men. The Little Mermaid being black and Barbie's financial and critical success hurts my feelings. Another comment, it says, between Bud Light supporting the LGBTQ, Barbie abortion banning books, whitewashing history in schools, and promoting God, all while the F around their spouses, some are even in their second and third marriage, hate on everyone not white, endorsing a seditious and traitorous confederacy that lost a war by surrendering, etc. The GOP has become the biggest laughingstock in the history of forever. I'm going to move on, but let me read two more comments. It says, if a movie triggers the ignorant Neanderthal, so be it. You don't have to see it. It's called a choice. Those who appreciate love more than hate may enjoy it. Lessons should be learned by now. One more. It says, upset about a movie. I don't get it. I don't want to see a movie about a doll, so I won't watch it. Therefore, I won't be upset. Same with gay marriage, abortion, etc. You don't like it, don't get one. People really need to get their priorities straight, get upset about what's important, inequality, hunger, women's bodily rights, LGBTQ rights, etc., etc. Yeah, I think people are just looking for stuff to be upset about at this point. This one, it says, if gender isn't determined by anatomy, then why are y'all switching anatomies to appear to be the thing you say it doesn't exist in the first place? Blue Pill posted this. Let me read his caption. He says, hope y'all don't take this the wrong way, but Emma Effer's bat is crazy in the world nowadays. And while that's perfectly all right, we do live in a post 9/11, post Trump, post COVID-19 world. The level of crazy is getting out of control. Mental illness has taken over our society and is spilling over into all quarters of existence. Call this shit what it is: psychotropic induced mental illness, dysfunctional delusional disorder. You ever seen a woman when her hormones was thrown off? It's a sight to see. So imagine a man who thinks he's a woman taking hormone pills, which already exasperate the mental cloud he is under, grappling with the psychotic voices in his head telling him he is other than his anatomal assigned suggests. And nobody thought to consult the spiritual nature of a person whose spirit is displaced within his own body, as spiritual as our people allegedly are, and nobody done a reading yet. I'm gonna move on.
Hey, I'm considered really upsetting right now because I've gotten to the point where it's like, well, I'm trans, and I'm like, okay, were you diagnosed? I mean, well, no, I just feel it. So you've never been to a psychologist? No. You've never been to a psychiatrist? No. Then shut the fuck up. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Your opinion, you just invalidated your opinion. You think you are, you feel you are. It is a diagnosis. It is not a whim. It is a soul-searching, crushing thing to face. It is not a, well, I'm just feeling cute today kind of situation.
Yeah.
These people that go, well, yes, I'm trans, but they walk around like a lumberjack with a half shave and stuff like that. No. If you actually really felt you were a woman inside and that your body didn't match, you would do everything you could to make your body match, because it would abhor you to see yourself that that way. You don't want to see yourself as a man. If you're actually really a woman, you're gonna be shaved. You're gonna be made up. Maybe not to the totals all the time, but you will never go out in public without being made up because you don't want the public to see you that way. That is deepness and part about who you are and what you are. When you're trans, you don't have a I don't give a shit day. You don't have a hair curlers, flip-flops, and sweatpants day. I mean, every day is a bustier, tuck, make it up day. Because you don't want anyone to see you as other than what you feel and what you see you. Just a thought there.
Men have become so obsessed with women that they want to turn into one. And I find it quite flattering that womanhood seems so great to you guys. Y'all know me. You may not like what I got to say, but I'm going to say it anyways. In recent conversation, there's been a lot of uproar between trans women and real women. In my opinion, I think the most misogynistic thing that a man can do is reject his biology as a man and go into women-dominated spaces telling other women how he's a better woman than them because it's based off of his feelings of how he perceives a woman to be while walking in society emulating what he believes a woman looks like by replicating other women. When we're discussing womanhood, I cannot go to another woman and ask her what it feels like to be a woman because being a woman is not a feeling. However, being a woman, I absolutely am subjected to my reproductive organs that identify me as a woman. And saying that doesn't mean that I'm less than a woman. It just means that that is the beginning of my woman origin and my woman experience. And for the women who can't have a baby, we still recognize those women as women because they do have the reproductive organs to do so. However, we also understand that something is medically wrong with them. I will give credence to the fact that women are not the only people who have a period if we're identifying them that way, because non-binary people or trans men actually can also have a period, but at the basis of it, we call those biological women. However, when you're talking about trans women, we understand that that is something that biologically impossible you cannot do. The power struggle here that comes into play is when there is a very small minority of people imposing onto a larger group of people that are telling them what they would like to be called, how they would like to be treated, how they would like to be pronounced, and how they would like to be identified. But then you're imposing terminology onto them that they have yet to accept. So I must appease your feelings, calling you by the pronouns that you identify with as, because you have chose to make this decision about putting on a wig and putting on nails and putting on a dress. However, when I tell you I reject terms like birthing person or breastfeeder or real woman or biological woman or cisgender woman, at this point, then I should just understand and accept it because science says so. But science also says that the basis of your DNA, you are biologically a male. So why are we not listening to science all the way across the board? Seems a little hypocritical to me. And since everyone has such an issue with understanding just hilarious, let me go ahead and put my cape on because I think I can break it down for you.
Yep, it's kind of like beating a dead horse at this point. I think that was the one that they let the dog loose on the guy. Let me see.
Ohio State Highway Patrol is disturbing, but now under scrutiny after a man was mauled by a police officer's canine. July 4th, Jackson County, Ohio. A case report shows a highway patrol officer in a marked vehicle tried stopping the driver of this big rig for a missing mud flap. The man behind the wheel, later identified by authorities as 23-year-old Jadarius Rose, drives on, and a chase begins. About 20 minutes into the pursuit, the big rig is seen rolling to a stop.
Get out of the truck!
But that lasts only a few seconds. The driver continues to flee, and officers stay on him for another 8 minutes.
He took off again. We're heading northbound.
It wasn't until police used tire deflation devices
We're stopped.
that the chase came to a slow but dramatic and disturbing stop. That's a Circleville, Ohio Police Department K-9 unit rolling up to the scene. After repeated orders from state troopers, the driver eventually steps out of the rig, his hands in the air as requested. A patrolman is heard asking the K-9 to not be released, though it's unclear if he could be heard by all officers on scene. That's when the K-9 is deployed.
Do not release the dog with his hands up. Do not release the dog with his hands up. Do not release the dog with his hands up. Don't. Get the dog off of me!
After the canine takedown, an officer approaches, then quickly walks away, her hands covering her face as Rose screams in pain. The frustration audible in the voice of another state officer.
Was I not loud enough?
After the dog is removed, officers move in to arrest Rose and administer first aid.
Yeah, you just let a dog bite me. All you had to do was come to me. I was coming, all the guns pointing at me. How do you expect me to respect you? You got a gun pointing at me. It's like 20 of y'all. All you had to do was stop, brother. I did stop.
The spokesperson for the Ohio State Highway Patrol tells CNN, as troopers were attempting to gain compliance by providing verbal commands to the suspect, the Circleville Police Department deployed their canine, which resulted in the suspect being bitten. CNN has reached out to the Circleville Police Department for comment. Police say Rose was taken to a local hospital where he was treated and released before being taken to jail. His attorney declined to comment.
Comments on this one. First comment, it says, baby, that's a whole lawsuit. Whether he was running or not, he surrendered and they still let the dog loose for what? The officer is clearly stating not to let loose on camera. Yeah, I would sue and have that dog put the F down.
No, don't. Yes and no. I agree with every part of that statement, 100%, except putting the dog down.
Because the dog is just doing what they took.
The dog was not at fault. I mean, yeah. See, here's where people are going to argue with me because following orders, blah, 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 things like that. Oh, it's a blooded dog and things like that. No, that 100% is the officer that had control of that dog that heard the command, and you saw him acknowledge, don't let the dog go. Came closer, was easily able to hear that, and still let the dog go while the guy, they said, they were even trying to tell the guy, put your hands down after they released the dog. Put your hands down. I thought I heard that. I might be wrong. But the dog is trained to go after a man that was exactly in the position that he was.
Yeah.
The officer in control of the canine was not part of their team, but the guy knew canines. He knew their training. He was yelling at him, stand down, stand down, stand down. There's actually a hero cop in there trying to stop it from happening.
Yeah. That's
But
unfortunate.
the guy that had control of that canine, I have a problem with him.
Yeah. He needs to be held
He
accountable.
literally just, yeah. And this guy right here, he's going to, this is one of those where it's like, okay, you now just got a settlement for $2.5 million.
Yeah. I don't think that's where I got a problem. I don't think the suit is the answer. Not to say that the guy shouldn't get paid or whatever. I mean, he was wronged, but what the answer is holding the cop, the police officer accountable, the one that did what he did. I mean, the suit is beside the point.
But remember, you have to. Well, here's my idea about $2.5 million. $2.5 million, you could buy yourself a decent vehicle that's going to last a while, brand new. You can buy a couple, $200,000-$300,000 house, and then still have a couple of $1 million in the bank to roll interest over to you for the rest of your life. You were fucked up by the state. You are now, there you go. What you do with that actually is up to you. And if you lose it and all of that, that's your fault. But that is what you can get with it.
Yeah, but I just think that the focus should be on holding the police officer accountable, so that you won't have other
Absolutely.
officers doing the same thing.
Yes. I agree, because that is the actual how we make things better.
Yeah.
My suggestion is, because, well, despite you thinking that I'm that far right, I love to spank the government.
Yeah.
I love to hold the government accountable, because theoretically the government is accountable because of his lack of training.
Mm.
If he was properly trained, the thought of releasing that dog would never have come to him.
Mm.
But he is still responsible for it, because he had the training or not. He is responsible for the decision that was made against the actual operating orders of a superior officer on scene.
Yeah. Let me read a couple comments. It says, the lady officer looking like she gonna quit. Another comment says, I don't care what he did, the dog should not have been released upon him. Another comment says, from a different body camera, I saw there were multiple orders given from both police departments. I'm sure he was confused, but the officer on camera yelling, don't release the canine, basically seals this case for the defendant. Quick settlement, and it all goes away like always. Another comment says, till this day, I still don't understand why people still want to run from the police. You're going to get caught and it won't end pretty. So this person, it sounds like he's excusing them releasing the dog on them. I mean, yeah, you shouldn't run from the police, but the police shouldn't.
Here's my question. If you were going to run, if you knew you were going to run, instead of putting the pedal to the metal on that truck, where they ended up in an open area, why didn't he dive out the passenger door and go running through the woods?
Well, then that would definitely excuse them sending the dogs out on him if he was in the woods.
But
Let me
the
read
dog wasn't there until the other police department showed up on the other side of the road. The dog didn't come from the people that were chasing him. The dog came from minutes down the road after they stopped him again.
Yeah.
There were no dogs, and see, that's what I'm saying. If he had just fucking run out and into the woods, that's a different. I'm sorry. These are the things I look at too, because I'm a writer, and I'm trying to find the story here. But yeah, I don't. But we still also don't know why. Well, I think the way it sounded is he felt scared because there was 20 cops on him when they stopped him.
Yeah.
I think there was a little quote in there. It's like, there was all you guys were on me. So there is a fear of being stopped. Yeah, I'll say more info is needed, but all it is we have to agree with. It doesn't matter if the other guy was being told release, because the guy was standing in the middle of nowhere with multiple guns pointed at him, with his hands up.
Yeah.
Why would you release a dog on a takedown when you can also produce 100 more guns? Every single gun out there could have been pointed at him instead of a dog released at him.
Let me read a couple more comments. I'm gonna move on. It says, why did he keep going after he had already stopped? Another comment, it says, as a black man, you just can't do that. Another comment, it says, oh, boo-hoo, if he stopped when he was supposed to, it would have never happened. One more, it says, one thing about them smaller counties in Ohio, they do what they want. Let's hope this man learned a lesson and also knows his rights. The way the actual deputies responded after the bite, he has a lawsuit on his hands. Learned a lesson by getting bit by the dog. This one, It says Uvalde is a small town, Edmond is a small town, Blacksburg is a small town, Sandy Hook is a small town, Sutherland Springs is a small town. And in those towns, real bad guys showed up and no good guys magically took them down. It says it couldn't have been clearer that Republicans couldn't care less about children after Sandy Hook. Instead, they focused on nonsense like keeping them away from trans people in books. It says, and in Uvalde, the good guys hid.
So much smoke and mirrors and all this shit. You can go back and say what you want.
In something titled, "Why Is..."
You know what? I got a good one too. We know exactly what Jason Aldean would do, don't we? Was not his concert one of the sites of one of the biggest mass shootings of the year?
Yep, and he ran.
Did he not haul his ass off stage? Did he go get security? Did he go bring people to show what would happen when that shit happened? No. He ran.
So that's what they do in a small town, apparently.
So, no, it's not. And that's the kind of shit that pisses me off, too. It's a great small town country anthem. The video was pretty fucking tactless, you know, because of where it was filmed. But you got to separate the two. I mean, if you start doing that, it's going to go bad for both freaking sides. I mean, no offense, the left just canceled a video and turned the song into a #1 hit.
Yeah.
You know, the right canceled a fucking ad and the company took a $20 billion hit or a $2 billion hit. I mean, cancel culture needs to freaking stop both ways. It is a cool sound. It is a cool, if you listen to the words, if you actually freaking listen, it is about community. It is about pulling together to look out after each other, to look out for yourself. It's a community song. It's about gathering, feeling pride about being together and being around groups of people. And that's why the left doesn't want you to fucking make it sound good, because they need roots, they need intersection, they need difficulties. You can't come together as a community because what's not happening in the cities right now, they're not coming together as a community. Communities are bad right now. It has to be groups. It has to be sides. You can't have different opinions in a community or in a city. You have to, you know, in a small town community, you can have different ideas and things like that. But when bullshit comes, you stand up to it. But in a city right now, if you have different opinions, it makes you opposition. You can't be a community when you're at each other's throats. I mean, you have to understand, you have to accept, hey, we may not be like each other, but we don't have to hate each other. We don't have to like each other. We don't even have to get along. But we don't have to fuck shit up.
Let's go on to this one. It says, why is Joe Biden so unpopular? At this point in his term, about 910 days in, Joe Biden is the second most unpopular president in modern U.S. history. CNN, at this point in his term, Joe Biden is the second most unpopular president in modern U.S. history. Jimmy Carter was the first.
Biden is the second most unpopular president in modern U.S. history. Jimmy Carter was the first. Romano cites polling data from 538, where Biden's approval rating 910 days into his term stood at just 39%. In something titled, "Why is Joe Biden So Unpopular?" Andrew Romano writes that at this point in his term, Joe Biden is the second most unpopular president in modern U.S. history. Jimmy Carter was the first.
So it says, a comment, it says, how on earth is his approval rating so high? That's terrifying to know 39% of the population is that lost. Another comment, it says, so how did he get 81 million votes? If they voted just because they hated Trump, why would they lie about him being a good president?
Hey, no offense, and I'm going to tell you flat out, I'm not an election denier, but I'm going to say I too question how Biden got more votes than Obama. Just saying. I have no problem in the way election went and all that. I'm not playing that. Now, one thing people don't, you got to look at this. Carter has been sitting right now several hundred days into the Iranian hostage crisis. And nothing's been done. According to the American people, nothing's been done to try to get these hostages out. I don't know how many days at this, if you compare them to the most, but also there was an attempt to rescue them that went bad because the military didn't plan right, because they didn't know how to function in a desert situation at that time. This is the precursor to everything that came along. Iran, Iraq, all that. The Shah of Iran got kicked out. The Ayatollah Khomeini came in, took hostages, and they've been sitting there for hundreds of days. So the American people, with everything else going on, Reaganomics having pulled all the money out of the system, because instead of spending money, everyone's saving money. And then the Iranians say, hey, dudes, we're taking your embassy, several hundred people, all on air, and the only thing we care about is you admit the horrible things that you've done.
Let me read a couple comments.
Carter, he tried to get something done. It failed publicly.
Let me read a couple comments. It says, Carter did not the support of complicit media machine. Imagine how low Biden's approval ratings would actually be if the mainstream media was running cover for his administration. Another comment, it says, he wasn't popular when he was elected. Another one, it says, he was always unpopular, but somehow got 81 million votes. Another comment, it says, the guy doesn't even have a campaign office and has hired 4 people total for his re-election bid. He's not even going to put energy into the campaign because he knows that he isn't going to win again. Hard to beat Dominion technology when we aren't even allowed to ask questions. Jimmy Carter was not a bad man. He was just a bad president because he was horrible at economics. Biden is universally hated globally, except the deep state of his circle. One more comment. It says, it's very curious. Trump, 3 years in was highly popular, and particularly worldwide event came along, seemingly designed to tank everything.
Look, all I'm going to say is a lot of people bang on Carter, but no, he was not good economically, which is one of the problems that a lot of people still have today with the Democratic Party, is because they don't know how to spend money well. But Jimmy Carter was actually one of the presidents that gave a damn about the people. He didn't care about all that overseas crap, which is why the Republican CIA and all that fucking rolled him and made him look bad. The man is 90 something years old and still goes out and puts hammer to nail building houses for homeless people with Habitat for Humanity. He is one of the best men in the last 80 years to have been a president. It doesn't make him a good president, but I will fight anyone that says he was not a good man and did not try to do what he thought was best for the American people.
Mm-hmm.
Of all the people we voted into office, as lackluster as he is one of the few people that actually deserved to run our country because he didn't want to. He was called to it because of the crap of the other people.
Mm. I agree with your comments on Carter. I agree 100% with that.
That will drive a man to the most heinous of crimes. It's disrespect that starts the school shooter bullshit. It's disrespect that makes men go to jail for life sentences. When you truly disrespect a man in a public and permanent way, that's when they switch. That's why I'm so respectful in public. You don't know who the fuck you're talking to. He might be on his last fucking straw. Disrespect is dangerous. And in a household where you're constantly disrespecting a man, he's going to end up depressed and sad for even accepting. Men just want to feel respected. It's not that hard to do. It's disrespect that will drive a man to the most heinous of crimes.
He says disrespect will drive a man to the most heinous of crimes. I agree with that. But it's not just men, it's people, humans. Everyone deserves respect. What is this clip?
End up and wants to warn people about future dangers and future threats of the bomb, which is admirable. And I'm not sure any director besides Christopher Nolan with a long track record of popularity would have or could have had this film made. However, the omissions are quite serious. Really, almost the total lack of any mentions or exploration of the radiation, revolutionary new radiation effects of this weapon, both in the Trinity test, which is one of the main focuses of the film, showing the Trinity test. It does not show the radioactive cloud that drifted away and the fallout that affected people, and then, of course, in the decades of nuclear tests, exposure to soldiers and workers and so forth. So that's one thing. Another thing is that it does not show any images of people on the ground in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. There's nothing. We see Oppenheimer watching a screen where it sounds like the footage is being aired or screened. We do not see any of those images. We just see him growing a little bit disturbed about it. At the same time, they do not mention that 85% of the victims in Hiroshima and Nagasaki were civilians. They don't mention that at all. And another thing, they barely mention Nagasaki. It's kind of thrown in passing in the last part of the film. It's just kind of tossed in as if it was kind of forced into the script. And for my mind, one of the most important things is certainly it does not challenge in any way the Hiroshima narrative, or official narrative, as I call it, that has held sway since 1945 about the decision to use the bomb. We can talk about that more. It's very important, and the legacy for today. Instead, I think when people say it's an anti-nuclear film, there is the message of dangers for today and control of the weapons and so forth, but it does not challenge the use of the bomb in 1945. I think you're supposed to take away from the haunted visage of Oppenheimer and the great actor Cillian Murphy his sort of vague, conflicted, confusing regrets that he seemed to issue during the movie and during his life. But in fact, Oppenheimer, defended the use of the bomb against Japan to the end of his life. The movie.
So it says the new movie Oppenheimer is about the father of the atomic bomb, J. Robert Oppenheimer, and his conflicted feelings about the weapons of mass destruction he helped unleash on the world. Journalist Grant Mitchell says that while the film is well made and worth seeing, the omissions are quite serious. He says there is little mention of the dangers of radiation and no focus on the impact of the bomb on its victims in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The film also does not question the necessity of using the bomb in the first place, upholding the official narrative that has held sway since 1945. Mitchell is a documentary filmmaker and the author of numerous books, including The Beginning of the End, How Hollywood and America Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. Yeah, I need to check that movie out. But of course, they're not going to go against that official narrative of questioning why to even use the bomb in the first place. And then they use like the people of Nagasaki and Hiroshima as just like extras or whatever. Like, it's even whenever they talk about this in history, they don't really talk about the people, you know, the people who died, you know, and the people who suffered years and years later, you know. They don't talk about how much it took to rebuild those cities. They were completely destroyed, you know.
Dude, you're making opinions about something that you have not experienced.
No, I haven't
Watch
experienced
the movie before you decide these things.
Well, I'm just going by what this guy is saying, you know, about the film, you know, and whenever they cover, you know,
You are making opinions off of someone else's opinions.
Okay, that's fair, you know. I'm also going off of what I've experienced myself as far as the way they tend to cover this, you know. And I had to do a lot of digging myself to learn more about this, because even in history, they barely teach on this. They just touch on it. They don't really go into it, you know. And it's like after you can argue about needing to do Hiroshima, but then after Hiroshima, it's like, what was the point in doing Nagasaki? Like, I don't think you can
Most people don't
justify
even
that.
know the difference between Fat Man and Little Boy.
What?
Most people don't know the difference between Fat Man and Little Boy. The two different bombs that were dropped. Most people don't realize that the only reason Tokyo that day.
Okay. Let me read another comment. It says, spoiler alert, totally disagree with the commentator. Yeah, you're breaking up. Let me read this one. It says, totally disagree with this commentator, saw the film, and I think it was very clear that the scientists, especially in the Chicago lab, were adamantly opposed to the use of the bomb they were making. Also, the scene where Oppenheimer is giving his congratulatory speech to Los Alamos and is haunted by his own images of vast destruction belies that the film didn't show the horrors of what he had done. And I think it was so telling when President Truman told Oppenheimer, who had come to say felt he had blood on his hands, to get that crybaby out of office, and further that the people in Nagasaki and Hiroshima didn't know or care who built the bomb, only that the Truman had decided to drop the bomb. Finally, it specifically highlights in the movie that Oppenheimer was fully aware and chagrined at the world that was created in the wake of the atomic bomb being made, but that he also knew it was inevitable that it would be discovered and the politicians would use it. He hoped that after using it once, they would see that it could never ever be used again. For those of us of a certain age who grew up with the propaganda that dropping the bomb saved lives, this move challenged our foundation and clearly highlighted the evil that our government perpetuated against the Japanese and here at home.
Sorry.
What did he say? What was it? I'm not getting nothing.
I have lag. I'm chopping.
Yeah. Let me read two more comments. It says, saw it today, and I don't believe the film or Nolan, the director, glazed over the moral dilemmas, horrors that Oppenheimer and his fellow scientists face. I found it expansive and deeply thoughtful, but that's just my opinion. And the film is called Oppenheimer, not the A-bomb or Hiroshima. It encapsulated his life during that period. It says the USA started this nuclear bullshit. So many horrible things are America first. How they should clean up their mess along with Russia, etc. Not so wonderful when it's being pointed at America, though is it. The whole planet suffers because of this. Now they're allowing the waste into our oceans. Sickening. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to find the time to check that out. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go. I'm running out of steam. It says, your tween wants a smartphone. Read this first. Here's the professional screen time consultant tells parents about the risks kids face online. It says, delay. Smartphones, social media, and video games create large spikes in dopamine deep inside a child's brain. Those spikes pull the child's attention to the device or app almost like a magnet. They tell the child's brain that this activity is super critical, way more critical than other activities that trigger smaller spikes in dopamine, such as finishing homework, hoping to clean up after dinner, or even playing outside with friends. That means delaying not just a smartphone, but any device, including tablets. Emily Churkin, a screen time consultant and coach, suggested by introducing a tablet at an early age, even for educational purposes, parents can establish a habit that may be hard to break later. Neurologically, a children's brains haven't developed enough to handle the magnetic pull of these devices and the apps on them. Yeah, that's way too much to read. I think that it is an issue. I don't know. I think each family needs to make that decision on their own. You know, them having a phone, period. I think they do need a phone. You know, phones make things safer. You know, you can communicate with them. They can communicate with you, you know, when y'all are not together. And I think that's a really, really good thing. Definitely makes me feel safer to be able to reach out to my kid, you know, right away, no matter where they are. It says secure storage laws prevent mass shootings, yet the NRA and the GOP block these common sense laws. Is this going to play?
Gorchis came to school this morning armed with his father's shotgun and .38 revolver.
School shooters get their weapons from home more often than you might think.
76% of the time, a firearm used in a mass shooting was obtained either from a student's home or a relative or a friend's home. In nearly half of those school shootings, the gun used was not secured or stored by its owner.
I've got in this room actually a 20 gauge single shot shotgun right here. Now I have them sitting here in the room out, exposed. Why? So I can go do what I need to do, kill things, because that's what guns are for.
Safety Committee Chair Kevin Payne of Peoria will not give the bill a hearing. There are teenagers, there are people with mental illness who could end up in houses where guns aren't stored properly. Can you see that perspective, and what would you say?
If you have a situation like that, deal with it.
The NRA thinks this is asking too much of gun owners. New safes open at the speed of a smartphone.
Came to school this morning armed with his father's shotgun.
I agree with this. It says nearly 80% of Americans support secure storage laws. Why? Because it's common sense. So, yeah, so it says nearly 80% of Americans support secure storage laws, but somehow we don't have them. That's weird. You know, if that number is right, then we should have them, right? Because then that means that the majority of people support it. You know, I think that the people who don't support it are just louder. They're loud and they seem like more people than they are. You know, I think it's probably true that most people do support it. I mean, like, who would have a problem with, laws that, force gun owners to keep their guns locked up? I don't see a problem with that. And what we've talked about this before on the show, but like when a kid gets a hold of your gun and goes and does like a school shooting, then I think that the parents should be held accountable too, because that means that they didn't keep track of their firearms. They didn't keep them locked away and safe. So then they should be held accountable. They should get like manslaughter charges or something, like some kind of charge, like they were aiding and abetting that child to get access to that gun to be able to commit that crime, And it's funny because in other situations they do that, like, but when it comes to guns, they don't. It's so weird. These parents shouldn't be protected. They should be held accountable too. Not only should the parents be held accountable, but we should have laws in place to force people to keep their guns secure at all times. It says, the NRA wants more mass shootings and violence to spread. People who are scared buy more guns. Another comment, it says, if our military is required to have a safe storage unit, then it definitely makes sense that civilians do as well. Another comment, it says, you only need to pass one law. If a kid commits suicide or a crime with their parent's gun, the parents is held responsible. Also, most of the kids killed with guns are from suicide. Maybe it's time to be better parents and teachers. Stop Putinif-Tor issues on the shoulders of kids. Your culture wars and virtue signaling shouldn't be your kids. Let them be kids. It says, mine's always locked in a safe, always. It's home defense and it never leaves my home. And it's just enough to send an intruder crying into the night, not dead, but needing ER. Your big bore weapons are a testament to weakness, not strength. All my kids grew up with exactly 0 guns in the house. It says, sadly, we the people don't get to decide. It's they, the corporations. Until we make lobbying illegal, they will continue to create their laws. If you think this is a free country, I've got some property I somehow afford to sell you. If you don't believe me, look how long the tobacco industry managed to control the narrative. Another comment says, it's despicable. So guns mean more than kids and people's lives. The pro-life GOP, who do they think they're fooling? Even gun owners want stricter laws. Truth. The Dems and everybody else should come for more relaxed gun laws. As it seems to me, the GOP have no policies whatsoever and always take a contrary position against the Dems. They will pass common sense gun laws just to spite them. Example, Dems, everyone should have clean drinking water. GOP, no. Another comment says, prosecute the parents for not safeguarding their weapons, hold them accountable too. Another one says, GOP and common sense is an oxymoron. This one, it says, vote the Republicans out of office, as simple as that. It says, thank you, a lobbyist. Thank a lobbyist. It says, hey, parents, do yourselves a solid and teach your kids how to safely and responsibly use a firearm and keep them safely stored. You're welcome. For the children who have no voice, it says, they just deny or say more guns will help. It's maddening. Republicans eliminate gun regulations intentionally because it's easier for them to steal our rights and freedoms and treasury if we're distracted with chaos and violence. This one, it says, Me waiting for people in the land of the free to figure out they're losing all their freedom. It says Elon Musk being brutally honest about Instagram. Oh, we can't play it for some reason. This one, it says a cycle breaker is someone who grew up without an example of the life they wanted or needed and fought like hell to build that life later. This is what happens when you privatize healthcare. It says life expectancy versus health expenditures. Yeah, you can see this chart right here. USA is the red one. You got Switzerland, Germany, Denmark, UK, Portugal. Israel's really high on this. Spain, Italy, South Korea, Japan, France, Austria, Finland, the Netherlands, Canada, Belgium. All of these are way above the United States, which goes like this. So health expenditure per capita, and then it's got life expectancy on the other side. This is what happens when you privatize healthcare. American exceptionalism. It says, but there's a wait list just to get an appointment in Canada and Europe. People here wait months for an appointment, and if you don't have the money, you wait indefinitely because everything is profit driven here. It says the horizontal deviation, the difference between what it is costing versus what it would be costing, is around $7,000 per capita. The U.S. is spending around $7,000 per citizen to ensure that the worst health outcomes are reserved for the poorest and the best health outcomes for the richest. The U.S. could save $7,000 per person if the culture of victim blaming the poor for their own illness and injuries could be undone. It says, thank you for saying it clearly. Privatized public group never works because profit is the only priority. Everything is low on the pole. It says, and make sure that 1 in 6 Americans is taking an antidepressant. It says, this also shows a diminishing relationship between expenditures and life expectancy. We spend more and more money and get less and less care. It says, comments about to be full of experts on Norwegian healthcare system flaws. It says, and when you also make guns almost universally available. It says, all Americans need healthcare. All Americans must have it. Yeah, this is an argument I've been making forever. I don't think I want to do this one. What's his name? Son died.
Success. Yeah, great success. And this gentleman, as you know, he's done a great job. Thank you very much. We have had a tremendous success. Yeah, great success. And this gentleman, as you know, he's done a great job. Thank you very much.
It says, let's see what the Trump tards got to say about this. I got to repeat myself for the slow ones to understand. The left wing and the right wing belongs to the same bird. Can you say the Great Reset, aka New World Order? It says, I'm not American, but I did my own research on Trump instead of listening to mainstream media, and the guy did more for the country than most other presidents, and the world was in the safer place when he was in power. This one, it says, this isn't the whole video. The moment after this is when the WEF discovered that Trump wasn't on their global warming pockets. If you're going to play the video, play the whole thing. I don't even really know what that is. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. This one, it says, Warren Buffett, I could end the 32 trillion US debt in 5 minutes. It doesn't play the clip. But it says, if you just pass a law that says, hold on, I'm going to read it. I'm going to let it start over. 1 second. because it won't let me play this, but I want to read this because this is important right here. If you guys can't get it done, it says, I can end the deficit in 5 minutes. How? You just pass a law that says that anytime there's a deficit of more than 3% of GDP, all sitting members of Congress are ineligible for re-election. Yeah, now you've got the incentives in the right place, right? So it's capable of being done. And they're trying to use the incentive now that we're going to blow your brains out. In the terms of debt worthlessness, basically you'll get it. If you know, you hold the people who are making the laws accountable, then you could fix it. It said ineligible for re-election. Now you've got the incentives in the right place, so it's capable of being done. And they're trying to use the incentive now that we're going to blow your brains out, America, in terms of your debt worthlessness over time. That's being used as a threat. A more effective threat would be just to say, if you guys can't get it done, we'll get somebody else in there. Warren Buffett. Carly Russell's attorney confirms that kidnapping was a hoax. She made a mistake. Yeah, I'm not going to spend no time on that. It says, Florida digs in despite backlash to new Black history curriculum. Middle schoolers will now be taught that slaves developed some beneficial skills. I covered this already. Florida officials are doubling down and defending the state's new standards for teaching Black history, which includes requiring middle schoolers to learn that slaves developed skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. Black leaders and Democrats and some Republicans are using the issue to hammer Governor Ron DeSantis and his White House ambitions. Meanwhile, a group of civil and religious leaders are signaling intentions to rally and threatening possible legal action. He's not going to rewrite and redefine Black history, not while we're still alive, Reverend H.B. Holmes Jr. told reporters. Despite the growing backlash, the DeSantis administration is showing no signs of changing the controversial new standards. The Republican governor and 2024 presidential candidate claimed on Friday that he wasn't involved. There were scholars who put that together. It was not anything that was done politically. The conflict over Florida's history standards are similar to what unfolded when state education department officials earlier this year rejected the College Board's AP African American Studies course for addressing queer theory and critical race theory. But in one key difference between the two issues, Florida and DeSantis are now taking heat from other Republicans at a time when his presidential campaign is struggling to gain traction. Yeah, he's not going to make it. This lady said she won a Powerball, but she was lying. Let's see this one.
They can only make money off of sick people, not healthy people. Heart medicine, dandelions, and Roundup. That sounds crazy, right? But you know what? They all fit together like a puzzle. You know why? Those little yellow dandelions that grow in your yard that they tell you to hate, they're terrible. They're actually the greatest thing on the earth for your heart. The enzymes and the electrolytes can literally cleanse and strengthen your heart valves and muscles more than anything else. And it's natural and free. The crazy thing is, the same company that owns the heart medicine, that is the highest sold heart medicine in the entire world, that makes hundreds of millions of dollars a year, is the same exact company that owns Roundup. Yeah.
Go fucking figure. It says, remember the bad rep dandelions?
They can only make money off of sick.
It says, remember the bad rep dandelions have had since we were kids? Here's why. Growing up, my uncle loved dandelion tea, and he raved about its benefits as a kidney detox. I remember having such a hard time finding them for him. Makes sense as to why it can be so hard to find the real good stuff, whereas the killers are ample and free. They say the teas are great, and some eat the leaves as salads, and even make tincture and dandelions. Please share what you know, guys. Yeah, so then they call them weeds, and it's like the damn grass that we plant is the damn weeds because they come from other damn countries, and they a lot of times they're invasive as species that don't fit with the damn the local ecosystems, you know, and they're water drainers, like it's a lot wrong with the damn grass. And then they call the natural plants that grow in your area freaking weeds, and then you go get the Roundup and you spray that on them and try to kill them or whatever, like so that you can keep your grass looking pretty or whatever. Like we're totally backwards. It's so much wrong. It's so much wrong and backwards. Our yards is a huge part of the whole system and the problems that we have, you know. So then our medicines grow naturally in our damn yard, but we spray weed killer on them. And then we go to the pharmaceutical companies and they give us poison. The damn medicines can be free.
Includes how slaves develop skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. Could you just explain?
Well, you should talk to them about it. I mean, I didn't do it, and I wasn't involved in it. But I think what they're doing is I think that they're probably going to show some of the folks that eventually parlayed, being a blacksmith into doing things later in life. But the reality is all of that is rooted in whatever is factual. I mean, these were scholars who put that together. It was not anything that was done politically.
It says instruction includes how slaves develop skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. Could you just?
Yeah, man, it sounded like he was weaseling out of that. He was like, "Good, that's not me." It says even medicated.
Was that weaseling out, or was that a good answer?
I'm gonna go with weaseling out for 300, Alex.
Well, that's because if it is said by the right, the sky is falling.
No, I don't like DeSantis at all. And me not liking him is not the reason why I come to that conclusion either. I mean, he usually sounds really confident and he stands on what he says. Usually,
so
that time he didn't.
Actually, I'm actually opposed to him.
Yeah,
but I'm okay with what he said right there.
Let me read this. It says, even medicated, having mental illness and neurodivergence is exhausting day in and day out. I can never just be. I'm always over planning, overthinking, and over explaining and over analyzing. And frankly, some days I'm just overly done with it. Yeah, man. That was a good description of me right there. I don't think I want to cover that. What is this one? Oh, yeah, we talked about this in the show at length. See, it says DOJ sues Texas over floating barrier in the Rio Grande. This is Texas-Mexico border. Governor Greg Abbott dares the Biden administration to take him to court over new barriers along the Rio Grande River. And late Monday, the Department of Justice filed suit against the state of Texas. Yeah, so that's what I was saying when we was covering this, that he was going to have a hard time and that they were going to sue him about this. And that's what's happening. He's going to end up having to take this down. That's my prediction. And it probably won't be long. Let's read a couple comments. It says, I am a liberal, and this is one of the few things I agree with the governor with. Another one, it says, Texas will not be complicit in allowing human trafficking to continue. Another one, it says, the Democrats sued Arizona to remove border barriers. They're suing Texas to try and remove their river barriers. It's almost like the Democrats support illegal immigration, drug trafficking, and human trafficking. Why do they immediately say Democrats when it's the government? I mean, I guess because Biden is in office, but it's the federal government. So, anyways, let me read this. It says, imagine suing someone else for doing the job you're supposed to be doing.
The federal government is currently a Democratic government.
I don't know that I agree with that. I mean, I know that, you
No,
do
no,
have
no,
a,
no, 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 no. The president is Democratic. One of the two houses. It is a Democratic government. The Democrats speak to what should be done. The Democrats are saying this is right and this is wrong. They have the first say. We are in a Democratic government, just like we were in a Republican government before, and we spent 8 years in a Democratic government before that.
yeah, I don't know that I really completely agree with that because
The
there's so many.
Democrats control the media. They are the heaviest power and lean in the government. We are not quite in a democratic state, but we are in a democratic government.
Yeah, what I mean is they have so many offices. There's so many offices. Like the DOJ is a example. The Department of Justice. I don't know that you can necessarily call that democratic. That those are the Democrats.
So you're going to start calling exceptions to the rule. You're going to start calling out other things that aren't to try to distract from the reality of the situation.
No, I'm just saying it's more complicated than that.
No, it's not. The entire world has shifted to the left in the last 4 years. The entire world.
I completely disagree with that.
Why?
Look at Italy. Look at the lady who's in.
You see no. You see the corporate taking over and everything like that. But take a look. Social issues, specific issues, everything is leaning toward the left. What you're saying, oh, I don't see it shifting, is because you are seeing opposition, fight, and all that. That is what you focus on right now. This is the whole thing I've been seeing about things. You are more focused on the shit that the right is doing than what the left is doing.
I would not absolutely say that the whole world is shifting to the left. I absolutely, completely disagree with that. I wouldn't call it.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. It absolutely is throughout my life.
I wouldn't call.
Have rarely changed. Yet I am getting farther and farther right by mainstream.
I wouldn't call Italy's government a left-wing government. I wouldn't call Israel's government a left-wing government. I wouldn't call Ukraine's government.
Now we're going to go to specific things where I can counter. Okay, I would very much say France is going left-wing. Most of the Ukrainian countries are actually turning to right-wing because left-wing has served them so badly. I'm watching how left-wing European policies are actually starting to be protested by the norms instead of others. I mean, you are seeing things by you are in an environment of being educated right now.
And and the UK it doesn't have a left government. I mean, they keep going down the list. Let's play this. It says, just in, Twitter has officially rebranded to X. It says, yes, it's mirrored, but it's also the left sides and reversed. So the compass wand is being behind the square. So it's kind of like,
No,
I don't know.
it's not. It's still Twitter. It's just a different logo.
Yeah. So, and I don't know why people have a problem with like the Masonic symbols. Anyways, you know, I think that's crazy, but whatever. That's what they're doing
they
here.
believe that is a symbol, because they believe it's a symbol of the New World Order. They believe it is a symbol of control. They believe it is a symbol of the oligarchy and the hierarchy taking control and showing more superiority over the people. That's why they have a problem with it.
Well, I see those symbols as standing for knowledge, you know what I'm saying? Like engineering and stuff, like math. So this post, it says one world currency, religion, government headed by the beast. So that's what they're talking about, like you just said. It says Elon Musk says if done right, X will become half of the global financial system. I wish I could play this damn clip, but it won't let me turn on the sound for this.
Okay, so now all these people who are the atheists and all that shit and are going, oh no, now Elon is becoming the beast. What the fuck, man? I'm really getting tired of all these contradictory statements and things. Oh my God, Wakanda forever. What are we gonna do?
Yeah.
Oh, he's crossing his arms. Hold up. What about Wakanda? Come on, let's see what Wakanda forever looks like.
Yeah, it's
Come
crazy.
on, play this game with me. This is this is bullshit.
I agree with you completely.
You want to say Elon Musk is the Antichrist and all that stuff? It's like, well, didn't you see that coming? I saw that coming. Now they have a way of disassociating him from the right if he gets too powerful.
I think that's all craziness. It says the last 20 days have likely been the hottest in 100,000 years.
Okay, I want to say something that Elon Musk said flat out. Someone challenged him and said, $6 billion could cure world hunger. It could make sure that everybody got food to where it needed to be and all of that, things like that. You know what he tweeted back? UN troops trading sexual favors for food in third world countries. And he said, once you can prove to me that world hunger can be stopped without this, you have my money. He said he'd give you the money. He said, I will give you the money if this shit gets figured out. You figure out how my money can save the world, and I'll give it to you.
Yeah. Let me play this right here. Is it going to let me play this? It says, scientists at the World Weather Attribution warn that the past 20 days have likely been the hottest such stretch in more than 100,000 years. A new study finds this month's record-shattering global heat wave would not have been possible without the continuing buildup of greenhouse gases in the Earth's atmosphere due to human activity. Researchers say a rapid analysis of weather data taken this month across China, Southern Europe, and the American Southwest show high levels of carbon dioxide and other gases help drive temperatures by as much as 4.5 degrees Fahrenheit above pre-industrial levels. So the last 20 days have likely been the hottest in 100,000 years, according to scientists. I don't know why I don't have any sound for this. Let's see, do I have a couple more before I go? Because I'm tired. This one, it says NYPD robot dog deployed in the inner city. I don't agree with this shit. Yeah, I don't like this at all. NYPD robot dog deployed in the city. Comment, it says, shit's getting real, people. It won't be long now until the cops will be these robots coming after us, controlled by some bureaucrat behind a desk playing with a joystick. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a fully armed and weaponized version of these things in the very near future. Yeah, I don't like this idea at all. At all. It looks like a dystopian movie.
I need y'all to understand that not all child stars are rich. Not all of us are balling. The leads of the cast, they get the big money checks. The supporting cast, like myself, we don't get that. That's why we're striking. Okay? I'm asking for a livable wage. I'm asking for health insurance. You have no idea how hard it is. We just came out of COVID, and now we're going into a strike. I used my 401k, my nest egg, my savings to survive COVID. I don't know what money y'all think I have, or I'm saving up something. No. Okay, between family members stealing from me, or doing a show where they didn't pay me, or now I'm fighting for residuals because executives don't want to give me a dime. I am asking for a livable wage. I'm asking for health insurance. I got responsibilities and things that I got to take care of. We got back to school coming. I got to put my son in a private school. Private? Oh, you ain't got to do that. You put him in public school. I can't put him in public school because when I did, they was picking on him because of me. The parents were jealous because I was on TV and famous, and they told their kids to pick on my kid. So I had to take him out and put him in a decent school. I'm tired. I don't own a home. I barely own my car. So I don't know what money y'all think I have, but I don't. I have a job. I got two. So don't sit there and go, oh, well, why don't you just go get a job? I got a job. I got a job. I don't make enough money to qualify for SAG health insurance, but I make too much money to qualify for assistance, but not enough money to pay for whatever procedures I need out of pocket. This is why I strike.
So Giovanni Samuels, best known for her role in All That as a child, opens up about her reasoning for joining the SAG strike. She says that she's exhausted her 401k and savings during COVID and is not getting paid residuals for her work. She also says that she's working 2 jobs at the moment. I think her story is the same as a lot of people across the United States. And it's really sad. This story says Putin signs law banning sex change in Russia.
Right.
Russian.
I actually, I want to, again, I want to repeat myself about this strike going on. I was offered the opportunity to do some voiceover work while the strike was going on. It would have been my first credit. It would have been my entryway into the industry. I turned it down. I turned it down because I support the strike. I support the workers. And the thing is, I may have literally at 55 years old given away my chance toward all of this, toward being a voiceover, toward being an actor and things like that. But I have to agree with her that the things that they're asking today, the things that they're not giving today, they deserve. And I may never get to that world one way or another because I kind of screwed myself both ways by my decision. You know, I'm not going to cross the line, but because I didn't cross the line, I'm not part of that world. I'm in a catch-22, but I'm okay with giving up my chance to be the next voiceover artist, to be an actor, because I mean, we're talking about people that are making $26,000 a year not being able to qualify for health insurance. And we're in an industry, our backup is food service. We can't qualify for health service for crap. We are actually making half of minimum wage as determined by 1994 laws, $2.13 an hour. If food service individuals were paid what they should at $7.25 an hour, we should be making $3.62 an hour minimum, plus the credit toward our full, plus our tips. And if the world were right, we should be getting that $7.25 an hour plus tips. Because good God, we're freaking worth it.
Yeah.
And
let me cover.
I have to support their strike and what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Despite I am a creative person. You are a creative person. You have to understand. I don't know where you are on this strike thing and stuff like that. I don't know how informed you are about AI issues and all the other things going on. But the basic, we need to make enough to qualify for health insurance, because just qualifying for health insurance doesn't mean we get health insurance free. It means we got to pay out of our ass for them to match that and stuff like that. So actually getting the health insurance is going to cost us money, but it is going to make our lives better. And that's what this particular strike is about. It's about making lives better. It's about making sure that people do not get taken advantage of in the new age of advanced identity, AI. I mean, because AI is a big part of this, and people being taken quite about that. People not getting enough to make health insurance despite they're regularly working. Big part of that. I feel the same way. I think food service, if you're going to give us $2.35, if you're going to give us $2.13 an hour, minimum wage is $7.25. Half of that is $3.62. Maybe that $1.50 should go to our health insurance. Things like that. Because if I had $1.50 an hour toward my health insurance, I could afford it. But I can't right now. And I haven't for 20 years. I have not been able to afford health insurance. But that's what we see on our end of the situation.
Yeah.
And okay, I'm done there. I'll shut up.
Yeah, let me cover this right here. It says Putin signs law banning sex change in Russia. Russia President Vladimir Putin has signed a bill into law banning sex reassignment surgeries. In a bid to regulate the transgender industry, legal sex changes and medical transitioning, except for serious medical reasons, are now prohibited. Gender reassignment therapy is only allowed for children with reproductive organ deformities overseen by licensed clinics under the Russian Health Ministry. Individuals can no longer change their sex on official documents, and those who do so cannot adopt children under the new law. Marriages may be declared invalid if one spouse changes their sex. It says State Duma Speaker Vyacheslav Volodin supported the law and blasted the West over what he called the transgender industry. He cited figures from the U.S. where children are increasingly identifying or being identified by their parents as transgender, saying this is the path leading to degradation of a nation. The law received many positive responses from European nations, according to Russian Senator Valentina Matvinko. However, the new law has been condemned by trans activists for obvious reasons. Yeah.
Okay. So, Russia just basically, where is it? Did this and says this bullshit is about money. And you know what? You know how I feel about Putin. You know how I feel about Russia. You ready for this? They're right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You ready for that? Did that just made you sit back a little bit and go, damn, Doc just said that?
Nah, it's not surprising because it just makes sense. You know, money being the driver for a lot of things, you know, that we're just talking about healthcare and us not receiving healthcare. The driver for that is, you know, money, you know, being able to extract as much as you can out of people, because what you will pay the most for is to save your life. You know, it's like holding that above your head. It's like, you know, hey, you know, how much is your life worth? Well, then I'm going to put a number on it. And so I need you to raise that for those funds, or you could die. You know, it's your choice. you have a choice. Anyways, I think I'm gonna have to wrap it. I'm freaking tired and I gotta work in the morning. I gotta take my daughter to drop her off at her mom's house and before I go to work. So no playing the game or anything tonight. I'm really gonna have to climb into bed. Oh wait, we lost that. It keeps dropping out. I'm finna wrap it anyways, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening.